Thank you and welcome to the Assembly Committee on Education. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblyman Flores,
Present.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Here.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy,
Here.
Assemblywoman Krasner,
Here.
Assemblywoman Marzola,
Here.
Assemblyman MacArthur, Assemblywoman Miller,
Here.
Assemblywoman Nguyen,
Here.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres,
Here.
Chair Bill Bray Axelrod.
Here, and let the record show that Assemblywoman Duran is here. She just didn't get her mute off. And Assemblyman MacArthur is here as well. He was connecting to audio when you called roll. So we do have a quorum. Welcome to those viewing the meeting online or on YouTube and those participating by phone or video. Few housekeeping things. I am going to really be pushing along testimony. As you realize, we do have a deadline week, and so we are really going to be holding testimony to 15 minutes. So I just want to get that in everyone's head. If you have not done so already, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking so we don't have background noise. Committee members, please keep your camera on as much as possible so we can ensure that a quorum is present. And we do expect courtesy and respect in this committee. We don't always agree on policy, but we need to be respectful to each other and the legislative process. All meeting materials that we reference can be accessed through the committee webpage on Nellis. And for those of you watching online in this virtual world, we do have several screens going on. So if you see members looking away, they're likely just accessing materials for the committee. Agenda overview. Well, the first thing we're going to do is we do have a BDR introduction. So let's start with that. The BDR draft request has come in from the governor's office, and I want you to let you know that voting in favor of this BDR does not commit you to the bill. It simply allows this piece of legislation to become a bill and referred to the committee for a possible hearing. BDR S-1108 from the Office of the Governor is act relating to workforce development. It directs Nevada's governor to appoint a committee to conduct an interim study concerning opportunities to align workforce training and programs offered by community colleges in the state and provide other matters properly relating thereto. Do I have a motion for the committee?
So move, Chair, to move the.
Vice Chair has made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Assemblywoman Nguyen. Any discussion? Okay, we can you raise your hand if you are against this BDR introduction? Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and do a aye vote, Madam Secretary. Yes or nay?
Assemblywoman Duran,
Yes.
Assemblyman Flores,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hardy,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Krasner,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Marzola,
Yes.
Assemblyman MacArthur,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Miller,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Nguyen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Aye.
Assemblywoman Torres,
Yes.
Chair Bill Bray Axelrod.
Yes. Okay, we're getting there. So the motion passes. We do have a very robust schedule today. We have 7 bills to hear and a work session. We're going to hear these 4 bills: AB 235, AB 266, AB 224, AB 218 this afternoon in that order. Then we'll recess and come back around 6 p.m. to do our work sessions, hear the remaining bills, which are AB 415, AB 384, AB 353, and hear public comments this evening. I will encourage the members, if you plan on voting no on the work session bills, if you could let me know, because I would like to be able, the ones that are unanimous, to take as a eye of the whole. So please let me know that via chat. So for the hearings today, I've allocated equal time and testimony for support, opposition, and neutral. Each person providing testimony will be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes, and we will be timing that. Each testimony that each bill hearing that with presenters in the beginning, we will give you 15 minutes. And I will be moving you along just because we are, as I mentioned, in a deadline week. So if you wish to testify, if you wish to call in support, opposition, or neutral, please register on our website. There's a link on the agenda. And please don't share that link. Actually, just encourage other people so we know that how many people will be calling in. I think that's it. I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing for AB 235, which enacts provisions governing financial education for pupils and their parents and guardians. Vice Chair Miller, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, I am Brittany Miller, representing Assembly District 5 in Clark County. I am pleased to be joined by Dr. Melody Rose, Chancellor of NSHE, and Lieutenant Governor Kate Marshall, who will speak later after I get through the bill presentation. We are presenting Assembly Bill 235 for your consideration. The free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA for short, is a form used by students to apply for college and other post-secondary technical and vocational training. The FAFSA is free to submit and is used by the federal government and post-secondary institutions to determine whether a student qualifies for need-based financial assistance. Assembly Bill 235 expands the responsibility of school districts and charter schools in providing information and otherwise assisting students and families in completing the FAFSA. Before the pandemic hit, I was actually at a conference for the Education Commission of the states, and I heard Governor Tom Wolf of Pennsylvania talk about legislation that they were bringing around FAFSA. I quickly learned that a few other states actually have implemented mandatory applications. Now, I do not support mandatory for all students. However, I do believe that with our school districts and NSHE institutions collaborating and combining efforts, we can assist many more Nevada students in its completion. There are currently many activities that are occurring around the state. So I don't at all want to imply that the work isn't being done. There's many activities that are being done through the Treasurer's Office, through NSHE, and of course at the schools. However, this is just to combine and have the maximum impact possible. In 2018, the National Center for Education Statistics published the results of a study undertaken to find why more students were not completing the FAFSA. The center found that roughly 65% of students completed the form and 39% did not. Of that, 33% thought that they or their family, or the reasons why students weren't, were 33% thought that they or their family could actually afford training or college without it. 32% thought they were ineligible for financial aid. 28% did not want to take on debt, which is a real concern, but also a misunderstanding because through FAFSA, there's also financial aid that's available that is in the form of free grants that you actually don't have to pay the money back. 23% did not have enough information on how to complete the FAFSA. 15% didn't even know they could complete a FAFSA. They weren't aware of its existence. And 9% thought the FAFSA forms were too complicated, too much work, and too time consuming, which is often a frequent complaint that we hear or concern. Again, this process determines and leads to the financial aid that students can receive for post-secondary education. And in today's world, we all know how important a secondary degree or training is. Our entire goal of K through 12 is to get kids ready for that next step. The website NerdWallet found that Nevada's class of 2018 left behind more than $17 million in unclaimed federal aid. They estimated that 33% of graduates, or 8,200 students, did not fill out a FAFSA that year, and that 4,800 of those students would have been eligible for federal aid around $3,600 each. Clark County's own Data Insight Partners maintains a FAFSA tracker that shows that the percentage of students that fill out a FAFSA for each high school in the state. According to their research, FAFSA submissions are down 11% from the same time last year. In order to get our students back on track for college and career, especially during these unprecedented times, and ensure they are getting all the financial aid for which they qualify, I requested Assembly Bill 235. To briefly go over what the bill actually does. First, it requires that the schools educate 12th graders, students and families on the importance of filling out the FAFSA. And most importantly, that the FAFSA is not just for college, that it does include vocational and technical trainings as well. The schools will be required to hold at least 2 FAFSA assistance events. The first one in early October, because that's when the window opens for the application and more funding is available. And the second one sometime before March. I am amending the bill to state that our rural and smaller districts can do 1 FAFSA assistance event per year. And third, it's really the coordinated efforts with our higher ed institutions, including being present at these high school events to ensure that students and families receive the necessary support. In other words, we're opening the high schools where students and families are already familiar and comfortable, and providing the opportunity for them to come in, to bring their paperwork, to use our technology, which we know is often another barrier, and to have the higher ed experts readily available to assist during this cumbersome process. Additionally, districts will report data to the state treasurer's office that manages scholarship programs. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Rose, the Chancellor of NSHE, and then Lieutenant Governor Marshall, and then I'll make final remarks when they are finished. Dr. Rose?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the committee. For the record, I am Nevada System of Higher Education Chancellor Melody Rose, and I'm so pleased to be here today at the request of Assemblywoman Brittany Miller to support AB 235. As you all know, I myself was a low-income first-generation college student, and so it is very, very heartfelt with which I bring you these remarks today. There is, as Assemblywoman just mentioned, a very strong connection between applying for financial aid and actually going to college. A recent study found that 92% of seniors who completed the FAFSA enrolled by the November following graduation, compared to 51% who did not complete a FAFSA. But surveys show that the primary reason students fail to complete the FAFSA is that they believe it is too complicated, that they won't be eligible for aid, or that they don't even know that financial aid exists. AB 235 will help give Nevada students the keys they need to access and succeed in higher education. In 2017, our state students left $18 million on the table in unclaimed Pell Grants for which they were eligible. As of March 26th, 39% of Nevada high school seniors in the class of 2021 had completed a FAFSA, compared to the national average of 45%. We know that COVID has diminished post-secondary enrollment nationwide, and it has also decreased applications for federal financial aid. Currently, FAFSA submissions are down 11% for Nevada's high school seniors compared to this time last year. That's worse than the national average of FAFSA completions, which is down only 9%. Moreover, and very importantly, our high schools with large minority populations are down by 13% compared to schools with low minority enrollment, which mirror the national average. AB 235 could not have come at a more critical moment. I'd like to close by highlighting an example of a state that has actually gone, as Assemblywoman Assemblywoman Miller mentioned, has actually gone a step further than what we're discussing today. Starting with the high school class of 2017-18, the state of Louisiana began requiring graduates to complete the FAFSA, a state scholarship application, and to declare a hardship or submit a request for a waiver from the local school. Since the implementation of that policy in the state of Louisiana, the state has finished at #1 in the nation for FAFSA completions, with the exception of 2020, when they were #2 due to COVID waivers. AB 235 will help Nevada make strides to increasing our number of students receiving aid, creating a college-going culture, getting students actually into college, and the amount of student federal aid our state receives to bolster our workforce and further develop our economy. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this bill.
Thank you. I'm Kate Marshall, Lieutenant Governor of Nevada, and I really appreciate Assemblywoman Brittany Miller for bringing this bill. It is, like Chancellor Rose said, heartfelt to know that this would be something we would do in this state. Perhaps like many of you or people you know, I grew up in a family that did not believe that college was something we did or that we could afford. It was for other people. I went to an inner city parochial school, and the Mother Superior called my parents in to basically read my father the Riot Act and to tell him that he would fill out the FAFSA because I could go to college. My father's response was to ask her if I would get benefits if I got a job with a college degree, which was my father's way of not being very polite to nuns. I wouldn't recommend that going forward. But I will tell you that I got Pell Grants, Cal Grant A and B, and all kinds of aid, and I would never have gone to college without it. Please know that even this is not a magical solution, but it will bring aid to our kids so that they can go to college, so that they get the jobs here, and so they make the future of Nevada better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Did you have anyone else? Vice Chair? You are on mute.
Thank you. No, Chair, we do have Deputy Treasurer Mathis Coleman on the line, but she'll be calling in. So at this time, I would just like to thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for your attention. We know that AB 235 will go a long way toward ensuring that our Nevada students can access the aid that they need and are entitled to for college and career training. I don't think any of us would disagree with the need to bring more money into our state and increase the access and opportunities for our students so that they can move on to a life of self-sufficiency. And with that, Madam Chair, I am available for questions.
Great, thank you. Members, do we have questions for Vice Chair or presenters? I see Assemblywoman Nguyen is raising her hand. Any others? Okay, go ahead, Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Thank you for bringing this bill, Vice Chair Miller. Just as a first generation, in my family to go to college, I know that going through that FAFSA, even though it was a very long time ago, was not something that is natural, intuitive, or easy. And so thank you for bringing this bill.
That was a great question. Thank you.
I think you have to end with right.
Right.
Any other questions from committee members? Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a few years since we have filled out FAFSAs in my home, and I agree, it's a tedious sometimes process, all the information that you have to gather, and yeah, I know there were some of my daughter's friends that I was sad and they didn't fill them out because they probably, would have been awarded a lot of these grants and things. So my questions are just kind of, what is done now, like say in a high school, back then it was kind of, we worked with the counselor, and that's been several years ago. So have they improved that process of like counselors trying to work with students and families to do this? And like as far as data, do they collect any of that data now? So I'm just kind of curious of what in the bill we do already.
Chair, may I go direct?
Please.
Yes, first of all, Assemblywoman, thank you. I think most of us do remember when we filled out our FAFSA forms, it was on triplicate forms at the kitchen table and not on the computer, which makes it even a little more challenging for some. There's a number of things that happen. In fact, NSHE has on their website where you can pull up all the different things that the different colleges and universities do. And some of that does include workshops and forums and financial aid nights that occur per request at some of the high schools. And yes, of course, the high schools, the counselors still do reach out and promote and assist, but sometimes that's more on an individual basis. There is data that is collected, and within NSHE, and Dr. Rose, you can jump in at any time because I think I'm saying this correctly. There's data that they can collect, but it's not about how many FAFSA completions, but not necessarily, it doesn't go far enough. And so with the promotion, and again, as Dr. Rose was saying, Louisiana has had incredible results. Now, mandatory is not something that fits in our Nevada mold. I don't think that that's the right way for us to go. But with the inclusion of now having specific events so that the school will we saw that one where students just didn't even really know about it or what to do. So by requiring that students, especially in 12th grade, are educated on this availability and the process and the need for it, and then the next step, having an actual event at your high school that you're already familiar with, that you and your parents can come up and get that assistance right there on site. That again, by having more of a campaign around it and consolidating these efforts, because there's a lot of great things going on. In fact, I think even this evening, there's a FAFSA workshop going on. But again, it's the combination of effort so that we can actually reach more students.
Any other questions from
Can I have
members?
just a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's important to have more access and understanding to fill out these forms. So then let's say once you get the data, then kind of what would be the next progression of that? Like see maybe what schools had better success, or like how do you see the plan, going forward once you have the data?
There's a few things that we can do. One of the things that we can do is it gives us, and this is kind of and Dr. Rose, you can jump in at any time on this because I don't want to mess up speaking for NSHE. But so do you want to finish kind of okay.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, thanks. So there's a collection that they do take, and what they're able to do right now with that is basically kind of send reminders. So if we look at a school and we see there's 400 seniors and there's 200 that still haven't filled out the FAFSA, then there's the ability to, contact the school, kind of try to remind people, or even they can see when an application has been started sometime and just need to finish. So the ability to send out those reminders and ticklers. But what we're really hoping for is that the data that will go to the treasurer's office is really about finding out how many dollars are coming into our state. And because again, they're managing all of our scholarship programs. So it will be helpful with that as well.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Any other questions from committee members? Okay, I am not seeing any questions, so I think we will move on. Thank you, Vice Chair Miller, for the testimony, and I think we'll move on to testimony in support, opposition, and neutral on AB 235. Please remember when you call in to state and spell your name and limit your testimony to 2 minutes. PPS, can you put our first caller in support of AB 235?
To testify in support on Assembly Bill 235, Please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits is 023. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Bilbray Axelrod and committee members. My name is Dr. Brenda Pearson, Brenda Pearson, and I am here representing the Clark County Education Association. CCEA is testifying in support on Assembly Bill 235 and thanks Assemblywoman Miller for bringing this bill forward. CCA believes that a high-quality K-12 system should include a clear path to post-secondary opportunities, and that path includes ensuring that every student receives a grant, scholarship, and low-interest loan opportunities available. AB 235 helps to remove barriers to post-secondary and creates a data collection mechanism to understand how Nevada can improve upon access and equity in higher education through FAFSA completion. Currently, Nevada is 49th in FAFSA completion rate, and it is important to understand what that statistic means to Nevadans. Of the anticipated 33,000 high school graduates this year, 16,830 will not complete the FAFSA. A 2020 report explains that 55% of students enrolled in higher education without completing the FAFSA. And additionally, students of color are less likely to complete the FAFSA. Nationally, 34% of Hispanic students and 26% of African American students did not complete the FAFSA. FAFSA completion is an access and equity issue for students across Nevada. Barriers exist to FAFSA completion, whether there is a lack of awareness, the complexity of the form, or parental mistrust. One strategy to increase completion of the FAFSA is to create a system that supports students in navigating its completion, and Assembly Bill 235 does just that. Additionally, it creates a data collection mechanism to quantify the submission of applications and understand the populations who are accessing this benefit. With this data, Nevada can establish structures to resolve the access and equity issue for Nevada's high school graduates. CCEA, again, is in support of Assembly Bill 235. Building a more diversified Nevada economy means that we work to remove barriers and align our K-12 system with post-secondary opportunities. We look forward to working with the Assemblywoman to move this bill to fruition.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson, for your testimony. I know we have several callers in the queue, and I just remind folks that you can say ditto and just please be brief. We do have a ton of bills to listen to. So next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 411. Please slowly spell and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, this is Lindsay Anderson, Lindsay Anderson, representing the Washoe County School District. I heard your warning about being short, so I'll just say thank you to the bill sponsor for reaching out to us very early, even before the legislative session started, to work with us. Our counselors are excited to implement this work with our partners at the Nevada System of Higher Education and their institutions. And we are committed to continuing to work at the federal level to make the FAFSA easier. We want to provide that technical support, but there's things that we can do to make the FAFSA easier to complete for our families at the federal level, and we're committed to that work too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. That was perfect. Next caller.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 576. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Hello, this is Eric Jang. For the record, ERICJENG. Thank you, Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and committee members and Vice Chair Miller for bringing this bill. I represent the Asian Community Development Council. Nevada is home to over 300,000 Asian Pacific Islander Americans, and we as a community group have been hosting free FAFSA workshop as part of our college readiness boot camp for the last 6 years. Our 7th year is coming up in May, and we know that the financial aid, the FAFSA breakout is always the one with the most students to attend. According to study, we know that Asian American students have the highest unmet financial need, and that's something along with Nevada being one of the states with the highest student loan default rate. This bill cannot come. This bill is perfect timing and cannot come soon enough. So we really want to thank Assemblywoman Miller A majority of Asian American students do not have a parent who has navigated the financial aid process and student loan process. We're here to kind of break down that model minority myth. This is a very necessary step to ensure our high school students and parents have access to the education. So we thank you and urge for your support for AB 235.
Thank you, Mr. Jang. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 313. Please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members. For the record, my name is Tia Mathis Coleman, TYA-MATHIS-Coleman, COLEMAN, Deputy Treasurer of the College Savings Division. The College Savings Division in the State Treasurer's Office is committed to helping Nevadans plan, save, and pay for post-secondary education. This past year, our team, like many others, had to reimagine how we provide outreach to our community. Our team hosts webinars, presentations, and virtual events to help students and their families as they navigate their post-secondary journey and beyond. This includes information on student loans, scholarships, the FAFSA, etc. We often partner with other organizations to ensure that the information and tools that we are providing is up to date and inclusive. We are committed to assessing the needs of our families and meeting them wherever they are. In April of 2020, we had about 1,600 engagements compared to June 2020, when we were at 23,000 engagements via our social media platforms. As a division, we are not only building relationships virtually, but we are elevating our overall brand visibility as we continue to increase our brand awareness and gain the respect of our families as a trusted resource. AB 235 is an excellent opportunity for our office to expand our reach and complement the work that our team is doing statewide. We believe that by helping families with completing their FAFSA, we will ensure that the federal dollars are helping Nevadans. We would like to publicly thank Assemblywoman Miller for her tireless commitment to supporting our families by providing additional opportunities and access to post-secondary education. Thank you for letting me share with you why we support AB 235.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis-Coleman. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 080. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Bilberry Axelrod, members of the Education Committee. My name is Noah Sullivan, Noahsullivan, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Clark County School District in full support of AB 235. I just want to sort of reiterate some of the stuff that our friends at the Washoe County School District said already. I won't, repeat things that have already been said, but we here at CCSD already carry out a number of programs targeting the FAFSA. We have a CCSD FAFSA tracker that encourages healthy competition amongst our schools to see who can fill out the most applications. And we know that AB 235, by developing biannual programs to make sure that pupils are applying for the FAFSA, will just ensure that more students are getting into post-secondary education. And CCSD would like to publicly thank Assemblywoman Miller for bringing forward AB 235. It creates a strong foundation for the district in educating students about the FAFSA, and we look forward to carrying out the legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Next call in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 712. Please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Shannon Ellis, SHANNONELLIS, and I'm the Vice President of Student Services at the University of Nevada, Reno. In addition to everything that has been put forth in support of this bill, we want to add that we appreciated the author including a mention of students who are not eligible to fill out a federal financial aid form. These are important students to our educational system, not just K-12, but also in higher education in this state. So this is also a chance to educate those individuals and their families so that they can learn about alternate forms of non-federal aid. Each year, our university provides over 100 financial aid and planning workshops to students and families, and these include completing the FAFSA and other institutional aid forms. We would welcome the opportunity to expand all of that outreach into the schools, the communities, for our families to fill out these forms in a comfortable and supportive environment. So in addition to helping the schools meet the needs of this bill, we can also assist with the data that is requested on student aid offers and acceptance rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis, for the call. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 520. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
This is Dr. Renee Cantu, and I am speaking as the Executive Director for Jobs for Nevada's Graduates, or J4NG. We are a statewide nonprofit organization created by the state to help students who are most historically underserved to graduate and find a career pathway. I am here today to testify in support of AB 235, sponsored by Assemblywoman Miller, to make sure that Nevada students have the resources and support they need to complete the FAFSA and therefore access higher education and higher opportunity. Our own data demonstrates that completing the FAFSA increases college-going rates. Our curriculum currently requires almost all students to complete the FAFSA in the senior year. Not all students are bound for college or university, but may be excellent candidates for trade or technical school. These students also benefit from completing the FAFSA, as financial aid plays a significant role in the affordability of these training opportunities. So at J4NG, we support the AB 235 because we have found that FAFSA completion is highly correlated with positive outcomes. So the rate at which JAG alumni entered some form of post-secondary education after graduation increased when the FAFSA was made a requirement for the students in the program. In 2017, the follow-up class, our students had a 30.2% further education rate, or going into college. When we made the FAFSA a requirement, that rate increased to 37.82% for the follow-up class of 2020. This increase in post-secondary enrollment rates, we believe, was strongly correlated to FAFSA completion when J4NG made its completion a requirement. Today, a high school diploma is just not enough for students to successfully enter the workforce with some degree of upward mobility. Post-secondary education in its many forms is a must. Even as our students have achieved an almost 98% graduation rate at JAG, it is essential that they continue their education beyond high school to find upward economic mobility through education. That is why AB 235 is so important. It ensures that all students have a better chance to enter and succeed in post-secondary ed. So I thank you for the opportunity to tell you the perspective of J4NG and urge you to pass Assembly Bill 235. And thanks also to the whole committee and to Assemblywoman Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cantu. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 561. Please press *6 to unmute. Caller with the last 3 digits of 561. Please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you. Mariana Kiwen, Mariana Kiuen. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and members of the Assembly Education Committee. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the College of Southern Nevada. I am here on behalf of our President, Dr. Federico Zaragoza. CSN thanks Vice Chairwoman Miller for introducing this bill. Specifically, we appreciate her leadership and her foresight in bringing our NSHE sister institutions together in attempt to listen to our input about the bill. At CSN, our primary agenda is put students first, and we believe AB 235 puts students first. This bill is about access for our students, and we thank Vice Chairwoman Miller for creating yet another pathway to higher education for our students, particularly those from underserved communities. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kiwen. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 692. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przynski, MaryPierczynski, and I'm representing the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. You've already heard many reasons why this is an important bill, and we want to thank Assemblywoman Miller for bringing it forward, and we're in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Przynski. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 149. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
This is Annette Dawson Owens, ANNETTE, Dawson, DAWSON, Owens, OWENS, School Readiness Policy Director for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. We support fully AB 235, say ditto, as we know these efforts will increase equity and access for all of our Nevada students. And thank you, Committee, Chairwoman Bilbray-Axelrod and Assemblywoman Miller for all your work on this important effort.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson Owens. Do we have any more callers in support?
Caller with the last three digits of 398. Please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bilbray-Axelrod and members of the Assembly Education Committee. For the record, my name is Sabra Newby, SABRA-NEWBY, and I am representing the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I want to thank Vice Chair Miller for bringing this legislation forward to help improve the FAFSA completion rates and thereby decrease barriers to higher education. UNLV is in enthusiastic support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newby. Any other callers in support?
Caller with the last three digits of 520. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Anthony Ruiz, Nevada State College, ANTHONYRUIZ. And I'd just like to say thank you to Assemblywoman Miller and ditto to everything that the previous callers have said. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. I believe that is the last caller in support. Is that correct, VPS?
Chair, at this time, that is the last caller. Oh, I had one person join. Caller with the last three digits of 653. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good day, Chairwoman and the Committee for Education. This is Dora Martinez, DORA-MARTINEZ, and I represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition, and we just want to ditto the prior callers and thank you to Assemblywoman Brittany Miller. This is a sound bill for anyone who is anyone, whether you're disabled or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for the call. Any other callers in support?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 235, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, we seem to have no more callers for Assembly Bill 235 at this time.
With that, I will close the testimony in support and open the testimony in opposition of AB 235.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 235, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 235, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, we have no callers in the queue in opposition to Assembly Bill 235.
I will close the testimony in opposition and open the testimony in neutral of AB 235.
To testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 235, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 235, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, we have no callers in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 235.
Thank you, BPS. We will close the testimony in neutral. Vice Chair Miller, did you have any closing remarks?
No, Chair, just thank you everyone for your consideration.
Thank you, and I will close the hearing on AB 235. And I am now going to open the hearing on AB 266, which revises provisions governing class sizes. Vice Chair Miller, begin when you're ready.
Okay, just had to unmute myself. I apologize. Again, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, I am Brittany Miller, representing Assembly District 5 in Clark County. The measure before you, Assembly Bill 266, increases transparency surrounding class sizes and class size ratios. For the last 3 sessions, I've sponsored legislation to shine a light on the large class sizes in our state, including both sessions documenting that Nevada has the largest class sizes in the country. One thing I've never done, and I say this because it's often misrepresented, is request any type of study on class size. We know the problems, we need to move toward the solutions. We know the impact that class sizes have on the social and academic development of students. We know how this impacts the emotional and physical safety for students. And we also know the additional strain it adds to working conditions for teachers. So coming back for this 3rd session, I'm no longer trying to convince you of this idea. To backtrack a little bit, in 2017, I sponsored AB 312, which required the State Board of Education to develop recommendations for student-teacher ratios in kindergarten through grade 12 for each classroom and course of instruction. The only exceptions were given to the performing classes of band, orchestra, and choir. The recommendations were based on evidence-based national standards and best practices and took into consideration the unique needs of certain students, including English language learners and students with special needs. In July 2018, the State Board of Education recommended a student ratio of grades K through 3, 1 to 15, and a ratio of 1 to 25 for grades 4 through 12. For this bill, I've also accepted a friendly amendment to request the same recommendations be made for counselors, nurses, and other support services. Now, we know that we are extremely far from this prescription in many of our schools and districts. And we also know that a major part of the solution is funding and staffing. However, we do need accurate data on what staffing would look like. To gain a better understanding of the numbers of positions that it would actually take in each district to fill classrooms with the ratio of students to teachers recommended by the State Board, AB 266 requires that the District Board of Trustees to base the number of job vacancies in the school district on the number of teachers that would be required to achieve the recommended ratios, to the extent that funding is available. This is a requirement in Section 3 of the bill. We often, especially in our state's largest districts, have vacancy numbers that don't compute. In fact, just yesterday, there was a report on 8 News Now that reported that CCSD reported having only 479 vacancies. But we also know this is based on a practice of extremely large class sizes. So what would the numbers be if we actually staff per the recommended ratios? Also in 2019, I sponsored AB 304. One requirement was for the Board of Trustees of each district to maintain on the website of the school district the actual number of pupils per licensed teacher, not just averages that are in the district. During the interim, we found that this had not occurred. Overall, there's a question about how the data is actually calculated and reported, because the only explanation is that school personnel who are licensed but are not actually teaching their own classes are also included in the calculations. In other words, you can access reports online for the districts and individual schools and grades, and there's often a huge gap between what's published as an average and what is actually being experienced by teachers, students, and parents. So how exactly does a school, when I see a data that says that the ratio is 1 to 24, but I know that there's at least 40 students in each of those classes? Sections 1 and 2 of AB 266 correct this by ensuring more accurate licensed student to teacher ratios count by excluding administrators and other licensed personnel who are not actively conducting class. In other words, only active teachers can be in the calculation. This would remove licensed personnel such as counselors, coaches, strategists, special ed teachers, those on special assignment, and the facilitators and those on prep. To further enhance transparency regarding staffing in our schools, AB 266 also contains a provision to require each district's board of trustee to post on its website the numbers of positions that are covered by full-time substitutes and those employed through and working toward an alternate route to licensure. This is also in Section 3 of the bill. Finally, in 2019, I also worked to ensure that teachers in oversized classes were not harmed by the working conditions during their performance evaluations. In both past sessions, I reported data of increased stress, work, and frustration based on large class sizes and the impact it has on teacher retention. The burnout is real. In fact, just yesterday, 8 News Now also reported that 400 teachers had turned in their resignation at one school district just last month in March. Last session, we passed Senate Bill 475, which required an administrator to conduct an evaluation to consider the student-teacher ratios in classrooms where the class size was larger than the recommendation from the state board. The Department of Education had articulated the recommendation by stating that a conversation should take place between the administrator and the teacher around how the teacher feels that their evaluation has been impacted. During the interim, we also discovered this wasn't occurring. And right now we're in desperate times and we need to acknowledge the work and efforts of teachers. Respect and acknowledgement go a long way when it comes to retention. Section 4 of AB 266 provides some acknowledgement of the impact of excessive class sizes on performance and evaluation. I've also accepted 2 friendly amendments here in regards to the evaluation. The first one is to assign an additional weight applied to only 3 of the 19 instructional indicators on the evaluation. The additional weight would be equivalent to the percentage that the class size exceeds recommendation. So for instance, if your class size is 20% over, then you would receive a 20% bonus in that particular indicator. And so this would be 3 of the 19 indicators. The rationale is that if the teacher is already performing at a specific level with an increased class size, imagine what their score would be if they were actually had recommended class sizes. The second accepted friendly amendment pertains to the professional standards. Professional standards involves 15 indicators, and this evaluates such things as physical space and environment and parental outreach. Again, this is impacted by increased class sizes. Imagine the teachers that report having rosters of over 230, 240 students. So this amendment would add a point in 2 of those standards. In closing, it's no secret that I personally live and experience firsthand the same challenges that other educators in our state do. Not only do I feel the additional stress of increased class sizes, but the demoralizing disappointment knowing that as one person, I cannot always give each one of on average, my classes are about 42 students on average, and I just can't give each one of them the actual time and attention they need and deserve at all times. I don't have the money or the staff or the buildings to magically change our class size ratios overnight, but I am committed to addressing the issue as we strive to move forward each session. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for your thoughtful consideration of 266. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have questions from the committee? Looking for hands. I see Assemblywoman Hardy has her hand up. Anyone else? Go ahead, Miss Assemblywoman Hardy.
All right, thank you, Chair. So if you could just go over again, I think in Section 3, Sub 2, where you are talking about posting on their internet website, positions held by full-time subs, those employed through Teach for America. Could you just go, because feverishly typing. So if you could just go over your rationale or why you would want that.
Sure. First of all, there is an amendment that I submitted to change the language a little bit on that one. But the rationale is that for us to really understand how many vacancies we have, and so that we understand the need, the work, and the funding that we actually need, what happens is there's always hundreds and hundreds of positions that are filled by full-time substitute teachers. So they're not fully licensed teachers. They're hired to cover, vacancy positions, sometimes long-term, but vacancy meaning like it's just a completely empty spot. And so when we say, we're not always expressing the exact need of how many positions we need to fill if we're not accurately describing how many are being covered by full-time subs. Additionally, we also have a number of people that are through ARL programs, and there's over a dozen ARL programs, alternate route to licensing programs in the state. Some are through our NG institutions, some are not. But traditionally, we need to look, those are still people that are working toward their license, and look at the retention of people that go through these programs, because some of the programs, they all kind of have different process and preparation. And sometimes people come through and do not feel at all prepared. And so we're looking at the retention of that so we can examine any certain trends with this subsect of teachers. But the amendments have been put up so you can see what the conceptual new language would be.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful.
You're welcome.
Assemblywoman Tolles, you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Vice Chair, for always bringing these discussions forward. You and I both share concerns about our class sizes, and still just, I feel it viscerally when you talk about having 40 something, students, and I know that's a challenge. I'm wondering, and I know we've had this conversation before as you've looked at this proposal in the past. We know right now teacher evaluations do come back that the vast majority of our teachers are highly effective. And so I'm just wondering if we have any data or evidence that show across the state that teachers with higher class sizes are automatically falling into lower categories, and outside of that highly effective category, do we have any data just to be able to look at?
Thank you for that question and the opportunity to clarify. One, the data actually shows that the majority of teachers fall into effective, not highly effective. So kind of between that 3 to, I think, 3.6 range. But what it is I'm not trying to say that the teachers are slipping into not effective or unsatisfactory categories because of high class size. Because what we know is that great teachers, they make it work regardless of the stress, regardless of what needs to do, they make it work. And so I would not at all, at the end of the day, there would be other factors involved in someone if they were slipping that low. I would not say that it's just having a large class size. What I'm saying is that these teachers that show up every day, and regardless of all the challenges that are put in front of them, they give their all, they sacrifice, they do everything. They work extreme hours, pull money out of their pocket, do whatever it takes with increasing expectations and demands on them. What I'm saying is they are not being acknowledged and rewarded for their hard work. Often in education, those great teachers, what happens? They get more students, and they get more students with more difficult needs, and so they're piled on for their reward for great work is more work. And it's just about making sure that they know that we see what's happening, we're acknowledging it, and we want to make sure that there's some acknowledgement for the work that they're doing. And so again, we all agree smaller class sizes are more beneficial for students, obviously, but also when it comes to the actual working conditions and culture for educators. And it's just that acknowledgement. Again, if you have a 3.2 and you're doing that in that category with 45 or 50 students in your classroom, what would you actually earn if you had a 25? So that's really what it's about. So thank you for that, Assemblywoman.
Thank you. Just a follow-up comment. Sure. Quickly. Sorry. Well, quickly, I definitely think it would be very telling to have that survey of teacher work satisfaction with the amount of work they have to do in those. And if I haven't said it clearly on the record before, thank you to you and to all of the teachers that are managing these class sizes of 40 to 50 students.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a quick question. You had referenced, and I tried to find it in the amendment, and I apologize. I'm like doing quick, speed reading.
Right.
I believe you had said something about had an amendment that included counselors, and then I think, did you say another group with the same 1 to 15 and what the same numbers?
What it is last year I included social workers. And so the same process that Department of Education and the state school board went through in 2017, which was to make the recommendations. What is the ideal ratio for our students here in Nevada? So this session, in this bill, the amendment was to include counselors and nurses and all of those other support staff. So the same thing, that we would get some recommendations. So at least we would see what those ideal ratios were and what we should work toward. Because the truth is, in our schools, in most of our districts, it's not just teachers that have excessive numbers. It's everyone in our schools. So, but that should be one of.
I got you. Okay. I misunderstood what you said. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, they will come out with it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Okay, with that, I will move on to testimony in support, opposition, and neutral. BPS, can you queue up the first caller if there's callers in support?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 266, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 023. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
My name is Dr. Brenda Pearson, BRENDAPEARSON, and I'm here representing the Clark County Education Association. We need accurate reporting in class size ratios that show us precise pupil to educator in the classroom ratios to understand and approach our 15-year strategic plans with agility. We need to be realistic and acknowledge that class sizes above the recommended ratios impact student learning, and that realistically, the professional standard indicators and instructional standard indicators are inherently negatively impacted by those ratios. As such, we are in full support of the 3 amendments as in the exhibits. Of the proposed CCEA amendments, the first creates a recommended ratio for school nurses because, as you will hear and read in testimony from our members available in the exhibits portion of Nellis, our nurse job duties and responsibilities extend far beyond what we think they do, and as we give them new issues to deal with from the pandemic, we must acknowledge that if we can get the recommended ratios, our student well-being will be enhanced. As for our other amendments, we do not believe the administrative oversight will do anything to remedy the situation that our excessive class size ratios have created. Class size ratios are important to CCEA, and we feel that the current evaluation system does not fairly measure the impact of class size ratios on teacher performance. As such, we are asking for a value-added approach that provides for the actual class ratios above the recommended ratios to be converted into percentages. We are further asking that the percentages above the recommended class size ratio be assigned weights to indicators under instructional standards of practice. CCEA believes that this bill, with all of the proposed amendments, will provide accuracy, transparency, and accountability on actual class size ratios and how these ratios impact student learning, teacher retention, and the overall efficacy of the evaluation system. We cannot go back to normal when normal wasn't cutting it. Instead, we must look beyond the future and how we can make our education system better. We thank Assemblywoman Brittany Miller and Assemblywoman Anderson for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 001. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Bill Bray Axelrod and committee members. My name is Marie Nices, M-A-R-I-E-N-E-I-S-E-S-S, and I am the president of the Clark County Education Association. CCEA is in support of AB 266 and would like to thank Assemblywoman Miller and Assemblywoman Anderson for bringing this bill forward. Accurate reporting on class size ratios is essential to ensure we have a precise student-to-classroom teacher ratio. Sections 1 and 2 of this bill exclude peripheral educators who should not be a part of the count that determines actual class size ratios. Past practices of counting their other licensed professionals and other educators inaccurately skewed the ratios to give a false impression of our classroom environment. For years, Clark County teachers have had to deal with having the largest class sizes in the nation. While class sizes vary in the Clark County School District depending on the school's location or grade level, historically underrepresented students have large class sizes and are often taught by unlicensed educators. According to the Data Insights, 87% of all Nevada students have a larger class size than recommended. All students deserve the best education possible. Larger class sizes limit the amount of time a classroom teacher can spend with small groups and individual students. As a former first and third grade teacher, my class sizes were consistently larger than the recommended ratios, and many of my third grade students were 2 to 3 grade levels behind. The size of a classroom is challenging because it limits the ability to move around. Larger class sizes impacted how often I could meet with my students for small group instruction or individual instruction. Ensuring all students' cognitive abilities and skills are met is often challenging. We must take steps to ensure we provide the best education possible for all students. In addition to their friendly amendments, CCEA believes that this bill would provide much-needed transparency and accountability on actual class size ratios and the number of classroom teaching positions filled by fully licensed educators to give every stakeholder and legislator a better picture on how to approach increasing the quality of education in Nevada. AB 266 is a proactive step in reducing class sizes to the recommended ratios. I urge you to vote yes on AB 266. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 740. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Steve Horner. That's Horner. I reside in Assembly District 35 and Senate District 9. I am the Vice President of the Nevada Education Association Retired and the Clark Retired Education Association. And I am a grandparent of students in the public education system in Nevada. I will be brief. As a former teacher and having raised my children and grandchildren in Clark County School District, I have witnessed students that have been unintentionally missed because they are passing and not causing problems, but are desperate for help. Teachers try so very hard to meet the needs of all the students. However, those that are struggling or causing troubles in the classroom because they need attention get the needed help. With smaller class sizes, all the students that need help will receive that needed help. And what's even more important is that the learning gaps that now exist will narrow, and students that can achieve at levels never seen before. Our students are treading water, and they should be excelling. Our teachers are maintaining, but they should be facilitating higher learning. AB 304 began the process of addressing the overcrowding in Nevada classrooms. AB 266 will help achieve that process. Thank you, Assemblywoman Miller, for this important legislation. I urge the committee to support AB 266. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits, 577. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chris Daly, D-A-L-Y, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSCA supports AB 266, advancing work on one of Nevada's most intractable public education issues, large class sizes. Common sense tells us, and research confirms it, the number of students in a class makes a real difference for students and teachers alike. The issue of large class sizes remains one of the most frustrating issues for Nevada educators, students, parents, and school communities. Nevada continues to have the largest student-to-teacher ratio in the country. While rapid growth fueled the problem in previous decades, the lack of sufficient funding for school districts is the main reason Nevada still ranks dead last in the country. Meanwhile, we know smaller class size has real benefits. For students, small class size can help close the racial achievement gap, lead to earlier identification of learning disabilities, improve high school graduation rates, improve student behavior, and allow for more engagement in lessons. For educators, small class sizes improves educator morale as it allows for more individual and differentiated instruction, less time on paperwork, and stronger classroom management as teachers become more aware of individual student strengths and weaknesses. NSCA supported AB 304 last session, requiring recommendation for teacher-pupil ratios. AB 266 will ensure a count that more accurately reflects the realities of Nevada's classrooms and moves Nevada toward actively addressing overcrowded classrooms by requiring school boards to determine the number of job vacancies based on how teachers are needed in order to achieve the recommended ratio of pupils per licensed teacher. Finally, NSCA has also been long engaged in ensuring teacher evaluations are a fair measure of a teacher's performance. Teachers with overcrowded classrooms have a disadvantage in their evaluations through no fault of their own. The double whammy of overcrowded class sizes combined with punitive evaluation measures is too much for many educators who instead opt to leave the profession. Providing a legislative fix to this issue is not just a matter of fairness, but it will also help address the issue of teacher retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 013. Please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes and may begin. Caller 013, can you press star 6 again? It looks like it unmuted you and then remuted you. You are unmuted.
Hi, my name is...
You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Okay. Hi, this is Vinny Tarquinio, VINNYTARQUINIO, and I'm reading on behalf of a school nurse. Dear Chairwoman Bilberry Axelrod and committee members, my name is Tamara Duff, and I've been a licensed school nurse in the Clark County School District since 1996. I currently serve 4 schools: Arborview High School, Spring Mountain Youth Camp, O'Rourke Elementary, and Lundy Elementary. I am providing testimony in strong support of AB 266. The current enrollment of Arborview High School is 3,220 students. Spring Mountain Youth Camp is 58 students. O'Rourke Elementary is 754 students, and Lundy Elementary is 11 students. Obviously, I cannot be at each school daily, so I must train unlicensed personnel to perform duties that may be delegated per Nevada law. If my caseload for these students were such that I was able to manage all of my nursing services needed on a school campus, I would not need additional assistance for each campus. In 2011, the National Association of School Nurses recommended 1 school nurse to 750 healthy students. Their recommendation is currently 1 nurse per school. I still love my career as a school nurse. Every day is a new challenge. I get to work with students of all ages, their parents, and several staff members. I find it rewarding to assist families to obtain needed services such as vision correction or help a student move towards independence with their diabetes care. I would like to provide more instruction, but time constraints are severe with my current caseload. Students are attending school with more and more complex conditions as technology saves more and more lives. But regardless of medical difficulties, every child deserves an education. Every child deserves a full-time school nurse. Please help Nevada students by supporting AB 266.
Thank you. And I believe you were reading from something. So if you could submit that and we could put that on the record since you were reading on behalf of a school nurse, I would really appreciate that. Next, can we go to the next caller?
Caller with the last three digits of 084. You will have 2 minutes. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bilberry Axelrod and members of the committee. My name is Tom, T-O-M, Wellman, W-E-L-L-M-A-N, and I'm a resident of Assembly Senate District 1. I successfully retired from the Clark County School District in 2011 after 32 years of service as a classroom teacher and a school counselor. I'm currently serving as president of the NSEA Retired Program. One of the issues that I consistently battled every year as a school counselor was class size. Many of the teachers that I worked with in the regular comprehensive high school would frequently end up with classes that were 40 or 45 plus students. How do you teach that many students in a classroom on a daily basis? How do you teach algebra, biology, or writing to 40 restless teenagers in a high school? Middle school, junior high school classes are just as overcrowded, and teachers are confronted with the problems of a group of students dealing with the issues of puberty. If you, as elected leaders, are truly interested in addressing and improving the quality of education in the state of Nevada, this is where you begin. Reduce class sizes and allow teachers to do their jobs and teach the subject matter that they were hired to teach. Think about it. I admire Assemblywoman Miller's tenacity in wanting to address this critical issue. Please do the right thing and pass and support Assembly Bill 266. Let's not water this bill down and prevent it from giving classroom teachers the help and support they truly need in order to educate our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 338. Please go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Joanna Miller, Joannamiller. I am here representing the Clark County Education Association and will be reading testimony on behalf of an educator. Hello and thank you, Chairwoman Bilberry Axelrod and committee members. For the record, my name is Kenny Belknap. I'm a proud product of Southern Nevada and a high school social studies teacher. Today I am sharing my voice with several other educators in strong support of AB 266. This bill will take the first step toward finally tackling the overcrowded classroom issue Nevada schools have been facing for years now. This has been a pervasive issue for Nevada schools for decades now and only is getting worse. When I was in high school over a decade ago, I was in classrooms of 30 plus students, and now I teach classrooms of over 40 students. We as a state can no longer allow these class size issues to balloon like this. This bill would make important changes in how we report class size ratios to ensure that we get an accurate view of how many kids are in each classroom. Currently, the class size ratio is built off of the number of students in a building compared to the entire licensed staff of that site. This gives us a rosier picture than what is actually occurring. By only counting educators who are actually teaching in a classroom, you get the real, more grim teacher-to-student ratio. The next important step that this bill includes that must be implemented into law is the accountability addressed through a biannual report submitted to the Legislative Committee on Education. We can't keep addressing education issues in large, ambiguous windows of 10 to 15 years. We have to start addressing them in short windows so we can make real changes for the students in our school buildings. By requiring school boards in the state to report to the legislature every 2 years, we get more critically needed oversight from the state. This will allow all of us to work together to make these necessary changes to improve education for kids who are still in the school system, rather than waiting 15 years when all of those kids will be done with school. It's for all these reasons and countless more, we need to start taking class size reduction seriously. We must start down this path because the class size issue is only ballooning and educators are being stretched thinner and thinner. While this bill will help us get a clear picture of the state of our schools and create some action plans to address this issue, it must be paired with significant funding increases to make those changes. I thank you all for hearing this bill, but beg you all to commit yourselves to funding education. Commit yourselves to funding it, or commit yourselves to it while you're in office as much as you commit yourselves to the issue while you're on the campaign trail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And I would ask you if you would submit that letter to our committee as well so we can get that as an exhibit. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits, 743. Please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Phil Kaiser, Philkaiser, and I'm a teacher in Washoe County and the president of the Washoe Education Association. Good afternoon, members of the Assembly Education Committee. I'm speaking in support of AB 266, Assemblywoman Brittany Miller's bill on class size and caseloads. We're all aware the state of Nevada ranks near the top of the nation in class size, but the current structure for determining class size may significantly underrepresent the actual workload of educators. Undoubtedly, this results in some students not getting what they need, educators in schools not receiving the evaluations that are appropriate, and likely results in more educators leaving education. We've sought to limit class sizes in Nevada for decades to lay the foundation for success, but those recommendations are not binding. The funding to achieve them has not been adequate. And the reality is, in a nutshell, we've never implemented the guidelines on class size reduction as intended. Furthermore, it's not just the number of students, but the needs of the students. I recently spoke to a second grade teacher who's close to the limits on class size, but included in the number are 10 students on IEPs and 7 EL students. Think about the conferences to consider the appropriate accommodations. Think about the planning and preparation to make sure the students get what they need. The workload on a teacher is much greater than the numbers by themselves indicate. So one weakness of the data on class size is that it underrepresents the actual workload. If a teacher is responsible for a class exceeding the recommended ratios, that teacher should get additional credit on the evaluation. The state needs to more accurately report not just class size or pupil-teacher ratios, but more accurately assess the workloads that educators face and then adequately fund according to the needs. Let's post the number of full-time subs and include that in the number of vacant positions. Let's publish the number of educators that would be needed if the actual class size recommendations were being met. That would give us a more accurate measure of the situation and provide policymakers the information needed to solve this problem. I urge you to support AB 266, put Nevada on a path to more accurately determine the workload of educators, reflect that in evaluations, and help us better address the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser, for the call. Next call in support.
For those who have just joined, we are currently on support for Assembly Bill 266. Please press star 9 now if you wish to join the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 387. Could you press star 6 to unmute? You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Harry Bell, Harrybeall. Good afternoon. I reside in Nevada State Assembly District 3 and in Nevada State Senate District 3. I'm a retired Clark County School District English, journalism, and broadcasting instructor, speaking in strong support of AB 266. I know firsthand the feelings of job burnout and job frustration because of the ridiculously high class size ratio in the Clark County School District. Everyone knows we have the largest class sizes in the nation in recent years. New teachers who want to help their students are frustrated by the hours and hours of grading they have to do after teaching, and the fact that large class sizes are more difficult for all-important one-on-one teaching. I often saw more experienced teachers cutting educational corners, shortening or eliminating some of their assignments and tests, and effectively shortchanging their students in the process. The teachers had not become lazy. They just needed to cut back to survive. Believe me, teacher burnout is very real. As an English teacher, I worked at least a 12-hour day every day, Monday through Friday, grading tests and essays. During the weekend, I devoted 8 to 10 hours to teaching, either in grading or in lesson plans. I sleep only 4 to 5 hours each night, otherwise I probably would have left teaching myself. I hate to use the word cheat, but that's what schools do when they average their class size ratios with the low numbers of students in special education or other class sizes. SB 266 would stop that policy and present transparency in real class size numbers and in the legitimate qualifications of the teachers instructing classes in those schools. This bill was drafted by educators. Listen to them when they tell you why it's important to pass it. And listen to me and to the other educators you've heard today about why class size reduction is so vitally important. This bill needs to become law.
Thank you, Mr. Beal, for the call. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 157. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin. Caller with the last three digits 157. Please press star 6 to unmute. I will come back to that number. Caller with the last three digits of 149. Oh, there we go. Caller with the last three digits of 157. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin.
This is Susan Kaiser, Kaiser. Good afternoon to the chair and members of the Assembly Education Committee. For the record, my name is Susan Kaiser. I am president of the Washoe Retired Education Association and proud member of the NSEAR. I'm a national board certified science teacher, now retired after 25 years of service to Nevada students in public schools. Today I'm speaking in favor of AB 266 for all the reasons already stated. Most adult Americans have attended a public school during their lifetime and therefore believe they have a good understanding of the work of an educator. In truth, the school memories of a student are just a glimpse into our important work. The job of teaching is massive, like an iceberg, but students see only the part above the waterline. There is much going on that students are unaware of. For example, the impacts of class size. Secondary educators commonly have a student load of 150 to 180 students. Teachers try to know each of their students as individuals while monitoring their learning and watching for any signs of change due to outside factors. You can get a sense of this demand yourself right now by trying this task. Ask yourself, can you name all 63 members of this legislative session? You've been meeting for 3 months. Can you identify something unique about each one of those 63 members without assistance? It's 1/3 of the student load of a secondary education teacher. Common sense tells us, and research confirms it, that the number of students in a class makes a real difference for teachers and students alike. The issue of large class sizes remains one of the most frustrating issues for Nevada educators and contributes to their early exit from the profession. I am strongly urging you to pass AB 266, and I want to thank the Assemblywomen Miller and Anderson for shining a light on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 149. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you, Committee Chairwoman Bilberry Axelrod, Assemblywoman Miller. This is Annette Dawson Owens, ANNETTEDAWSONOWENS, School Readiness Policy Director for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. We are in support of AB 266. We support our educators, and we know great teachers often end up teaching more students due to the refining and perfection of their craft. We therefore support transparency and more accurate accountability and reporting regarding actual student-to-teacher ratios. We believe in equity and access for all of our students to high-quality educators, and thus we also support the transparency surrounding the manner of reporting, as well as the number of full-time substitutes in each of our particular school buildings. Thank you for continuing to bring light to the fact that Nevada has some of the highest student ratios, and for all your efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson Owens. Are there any other callers in support?
Chair, the line is open and working. At this time, there are no more callers in support of Assembly Bill 266.
With that, we will close the testimony in support and move on to the testimony in opposition.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 266, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 411. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Lindsay Anderson, LINDSAYANDERSON, on behalf of the Washoe County School District, in the unenviable position of being opposed to this bill. We share the commitment to reducing class sizes and all the benefits of smaller class sizes. We agree this continues to be an extremely frustrating issue for districts as well. We need increased funding to allow us to hire the desperately needed teachers to meet these recommended ratios for teachers, nurses, counselors, and other critical staff members, not currently possible with our state's budget. We're certainly willing to report the data the best we can from our student information system. There is no systematic effort to misrepresent the actual class size from district staff, and we will work to comply while not limiting the impact of our other licensed teachers have on education for our students. We continue to remain opposed to any automatic increase in teacher evaluations. We believe our current evaluation system is based on the primary ability of our administrators and teachers to give each other real-time feedback that reflects what's happening in the classroom. While perhaps it's not happening everywhere, we do feel like our administrators are taking class size of our teachers into consideration to the extent that they can based on our system. We will review the proposed amendments and continue to work with the sponsor. The system in Washoe does not easily allow for changes in the scoring rubric, as it is a custom software program and not in an Excel spreadsheet where it can be easily changed. Certainly, we appreciate Assemblywoman Miller for her tireless efforts to address large class sizes in Nevada. We'll continue to work towards solutions that allow us to hire the additional teachers needed to lower class sizes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next caller in opposition.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 080. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Education Committee. My name is Leonardo Benavides, LEONARDOBENAVIDES, with the Clark County School District, testifying in opposition to AB 266 as written. Student achievement and reducing class sizes is a priority for the district. And while we appreciate that class size certainly plays a factor in the ability to teach all students, our school administration is cognizant of this and takes into consideration when evaluating our hardworking educators. We look forward to seeing the mocked-up version of the bill, as there are a number of amendments that have been proposed today, and CCSD is committed to working with the sponsor on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. Any more callers in opposition to AB 266? Sorry.
No problem, Chair. To testify in opposition on Assembly Bill 266, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 070. Please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Don McKen, and I'm the president of the Washoe School Principals Association. I'd like to first say that I do not oppose the overall proposal of this bill. We do need to accurately report class sizes and be transparent about who is teaching in our classrooms. The portion I would like to state opposition to is the adjusting of evaluation scores in response to this real problem. At its best, the evaluation process should be a conversation between the teacher and the instructional leader of a school. It should represent an accurate assessment of the teacher's current level of skill in meeting the needs of the students. And no matter that starting place, it should represent a focus on growth for that teacher and for that teacher's students. This proposal further erodes that process and places the focus on the evaluation score rather than the growth and service to students. I urge you to find solutions that would result in appropriately funding class sizes that would allow teachers to provide high quality education that our students deserve. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for the call. Any other calls in opposition?
Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no more callers in the queue for opposition of Assembly Bill 266.
We will close testimony in opposition and move on to neutral testimony for AB 266.
To provide neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 266, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to provide testimony in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 266, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no callers in the queue to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 266.
Thank you, BPS. I will allow the sponsor to come up for closing remarks.
I will just say thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the committee members. And I know that there's been opposition about the perceived weight of how this impacts teachers, but I also just think that it needs to be said that there had already been an original plan by SB 475 to have those conversations, and those conversations were not happening. And so again, that just to give consideration to the full bill and the amendments, but thank you everyone for your time and everyone that called in support. And I am, as some of the people that called in opposition stated, willing to work and still even though we're on a time limit, still do what we need to do to make this, work for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, we will close the hearing on AB 266. I am now going to open the hearing on AB 224, which provides for access to feminine hygiene products in certain public schools. Assemblywoman Duran, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am B. Duran, representing Assembly District 11 in Clark County. For your time, in consideration of Assembly Bill 224. This bill provides for access to period products in middle school, junior high school, and high school, some charter schools as well. With me to co-present this afternoon is Samantha Glover, a Nevada high school student who established Red Equity, a Colorado, Nevada-based nonprofit promoting menstrual equity and decreasing stigma around period poverty. In November of 2020, Ms. Glover worked to determine how to get the issue of period poverty and period equity in front of the Nevada Legislature. And I am honored to have the opportunity to support and present this bill with her today. 5 other states, California, New York, New Hampshire, and Virginia, have passed similar legislation since 2017. New Hampshire's legislation came about because a student learned some of her peers were staying home from school because they could not afford menstrual products. Similarly, a pilot project in New York City showed that attendance increased by 2.4% in schools that provided access to free period products. Additionally, at least 7 other states have tried or are currently trying to also pass similar legislation. Assembly Bill 224 is a girls' and young women's health and success bill. Period equity is a serious public health issue and vital to a student's opportunity to succeed. Ms. Glover will go over many of the statistics of why this is so important. However, I would like to highlight a few key points. Access to period products is a health issue. Without access or with only limited access, these girls and young women are at high risk of infections from trying to use products for too long or trying to substitute other products or trying to use substitutes for products, Access to period products is an education issue. Without access, girls and young women miss more school, hindering their education and future opportunities. No student should have to miss a class or days or weeks of school by staying home or going to a nurse's office because they do not have easy and freely accessible period products. Access to period products would support reducing the shame and stigma associated with menstruation. It reduces the fear and embarrassment of having to ask for a basic necessity. It reduces the shame and stigma of not being able to afford these necessary products. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Glover, and then I will go over the sections of the bill and conclude the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Samantha Glover. I'm a 16-year-old high school student at the Davidson Academy in Reno, Nevada. For the record, that's Samantha Glover, Glover. I initially became empowered to start speaking in poverty after an assignment for my English class where we were required to construct an argumentative essay on a topic of our choice. Doing research for that assignment, I found out about the extent of period poverty in Nevada. I'll cover these statistics later on in my presentation, but period poverty truly permeates every level of education for students in Nevada and directly inhibits our ability to pursue an equitable education. Additionally, I started a nonprofit in December in an effort to combat period poverty and promote menstrual equity in Nevada. So in essence, what these terms are is period poverty, according to the AMWA, means inadequate access to menstrual hygiene facilities, educations, which includes but isn't limited to sanitary products, washing facilities, and waste management, which are all essential to taking care of a hygienic menstrual cycle. Additionally, menstrual equity means equity in terms of the menstrual cycle. So that means access to affordable and equitable menstrual health products, facilities, and education, according to the ACLU. So when we dive into what period poverty is and take a look at what dignity and equity means in the area and realm of menstrual hygiene, we can really see how systemic this issue is and how it impacts Nevadan students. According to Think, where a study of high school students were surveyed all across the United States, 4 in 5, which is 84% of students in the United States have either missed class time or know somebody who's missed class time because they did not have access to menstrual products. Menstrual products like tampons or pads are essential to hygiene and well-being for menstruators and should not be causing, lack of access should not be causing inequitable access to education. According to that same study, 1 in 5 girls have missed school due to the lack of menstrual products. Additionally, 1 in 3 parents across the United States, according to a study done by the company Always, are concerned about their ongoing ability to afford menstrual products for themselves and for their children. From ages 18 to 70, a study done by BMC of American women have found that 14.2% of women have struggled to access and afford menstrual products. And the results, the solution to period poverty inhibiting education is clear, and that is providing free menstrual products inside school bathrooms to make easy access available for all students. Because menstrual products are really equally, if not more crucial than toilet paper, and should be treated in places of education in the same way and provided in the same way that toilet paper and hand soap is provided in school bathrooms. As Assemblywoman Duran mentioned, there is a significant precedent for this legislation and this policy, and it has quantifiable positive impacts. When we look at what happened in New York City, after their pilot program of just 3 months, they have found an increase in attendance by 2.5%. And that's supported by other statistics that I mentioned, that period poverty directly inhibits people's access to education. Because many menstruating students, my peers and classmates that I've talked to, would rather miss school and stay home if they didn't have access to menstrual products than reach out to a teacher or a nurse. And it's simply easier for them to simply miss class rather than seek out menstrual products that are inaccessible to them. So onto the contents of AB 224. It would require all school boards in Nevada or the leadership of charter schools to provide feminine hygiene products at no cost to students inside school bathrooms. So that would include grades 6 through 12 and middle and high school bathrooms. Additionally, these leaders on school boards and the directors of charter schools will be required to develop a plan to address the lack of access to menstrual products and to provide equal access to their students. So that plan has multiple parts. The first would be to evaluate the access to and quality of feminine hygiene products available in their schools once they implement this plan. The second would be to include a method to evaluate the effectiveness of this plan, to be able to have a quantifiable impact that they can present to legislators on how effective and successful that their program is. So whether that's gauging attendance records or things of that nature that would be best fit for that school district. Of course, the plan must be evidence-based and solutions-oriented and outline how the school district will ensure access to feminine hygiene products regardless of affordability, while destigmatizing menstruation and the need for feminine hygiene products. Finally, it must outline any curriculum that the district may provide regarding access to feminine hygiene products. This plan must be developed before the February 1st of each odd-numbered year, and feminine hygiene products includes, without limitation, sanitary napkins, tampons, or similar products used in connection with the menstrual cycle. So there's significant legislative precedent for this bill, as Assemblywoman Duran explained earlier. There has been similar bills passed in Virginia, California, New Hampshire, New York, and Illinois that all require schools to provide free menstrual products inside school bathrooms. The bill in California was passed in 2017 and was effective in 2018. The bill in Virginia, SB 232, which is the bill that Nevada's language is modeled off of, was passed in January in 2020. New Hampshire's bill was passed in 2019, New York's in 2018, and Illinois' in 2018. So Nevada is almost behind the curve in adopting these policies to ensure equitable education for menstruators. So the bill in Virginia is SB 232. It actually passed unanimously in their state Senate with complete bipartisan support. Similarly, there's a bill that's very similar in wording to AB 224 that is in the legislative process in Washington and will likely be passed this session of their legislature. And in Nevada's state legislature, AB 224 has overwhelming bipartisan support from legislators. Here's the list of all the primary sponsors and co-sponsors. Not only do we have overwhelming support from legislators, but also from students across the state. More than 600 high school and middle school students have actually signed on in support on a petition urging legislators to pass this legislation. So that's more than 600 high school and middle school students from across the state, along with 17 organizations and nonprofits, including Nevada Now, Planned Parenthood, NARAL, and other organizations that really value the equitable access to education. So moving on, I'd like to ask for any questions from legislators about the bill or any of its impacts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Glover, for your testimony. I cannot tell you how much it warms my heart to see a 16-year-old come and have such poise and testify in front of the legislature. I am, and I know my colleagues as well, are very impressed, and we just thank you so much for doing this. I know we do have some questions. I will start with Assemblywoman Hanson.
Sorry, I had a mouse jumping around here. Yes, I would like to ask Ms. Glover if she'll co-present any remaining bills I have. It was amazing. You did great. And thank you for the opportunity, Chair, and thank you for being here and presenting the bill with Assemblywoman Duran. I'm curious if you know this or somebody else. Do we have any schools that already do this on their own? I'm just curious if some schools opt to do it public or charter already. Just curious what's going on out there. As I recall, and it's a long time ago, my middle school did, and that was a long time ago. I'm trying to remember if my high school did, but just curious. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, Assemblywoman. So to my knowledge, no schools in Nevada provide menstrual products inside school bathrooms at no cost. The majority of schools that do provide products, they're available inside a nurse's office, which is oftentimes really inaccessible because it requires asking an educator, whether that be a non-menstruating educator, to go to the nurse's office and then leave class time, oftentimes to go all the way across the school building, to go to the nurse's office, ask for products, then run back to the restroom, use those products, and then go back to class, which can result in sometimes more than 30 minutes of lost learning time. So there are no schools in Nevada that actually provide free menstrual products inside school bathrooms, which is really crucial, is why AB 224 is really crucial to ensuring that this equitable access is available to students.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? I think Assemblywoman Torres had a question/comment.
Thank you, Chair Bilbray Axelrod. Thank you, Assemblywoman Duran, and thank you, Ms. Glover, for bringing forth this piece of legislation. I really just wanted to just note my appreciation and respect for Ms. Glover, who reached out to me throughout the interim, looking to find somebody that would be interested in carrying this legislation. So I'm really excited to see it come to fruition. I know that Ms. Glover has really been the force behind this piece of legislation, making sure that this is a conversation, reaching out to stakeholders, attending stakeholder meetings, and advocating for our community to ensure access to menstrual products in schools. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit to the work that you have done in your community to help ensure access to period products and how many kits you've had delivered within your community.
Absolutely. So I founded a nonprofit that has 501c3 status pending from the IRS that is based in Reno, Nevada and Denver. To date, when we launched on December 23rd, to date, we've raised over 16,000 menstrual products to create period packages. And our period packages are brown lunch bags that contain all the tampons and pads needed for one menstrual cycle, along with a handwritten card that contains information about toxic shock syndrome, as well as how to use the menstrual products that we've given. So these packages, we've actually created more than 500 packages and distribute directly to Tent City in Reno in collaboration with Reno Burrito Project, along with family and women's shelters in Reno, and other educators have reached out. So anybody who is in need, organizations, educators, foster workers, anybody who is in need of or providing menstrual products to students or anybody really in need of products can reach out to Red Equity at any time, and we're happy to provide menstrual products. So this has been an ongoing drive and an ongoing effort within our community, both in Northern Nevada as well as in Denver, Colorado.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Ms. Glover, and I really appreciate all that you're doing to ensure that everyone in our community has access to menstrual products. I think this is a remarkable piece of legislation.
Thank you so much.
I think I saw Assemblywoman Wynn's hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. I think this is an amazing bill, and seeing how that we are sitting in a building that also provides menstrual products to all of our members in our female majority legislature in the bathrooms, I think it is about time. I know that we have a lot of educators on this committee. Obviously, it's the education committee, and I'm sure you have worked with schools and teachers. And I know that my younger sister, taught middle school for a long time. So I'm sure there is not a teacher that doesn't have these products. And so I'm sure the teachers appreciate the fact that you are bringing legislation that would take another thing that our teachers are paying for out of pocket to provide to their students, in addition to pencils and paper and Xerox copies and tape and whiteout. I'm sure that many of our teachers and educators are also providing menstrual products to their students. So I appreciate that. Have you seen any of this legislation that allows, or you've been able with your nonprofit work to be able to go into schools to provide some of the products to other people?
So Samantha Glover for the record. Yes, thank you for your question. I have had some school nurses as well as educators at every level. Right now we're currently coordinating with 20 educators where we usually meet at a park or in a parking lot, and I deliver some period packages to them, and they distribute to their students. So there is a necessity, and a lot of educators that are struggling to afford these products, we support through Red Equity to make sure that their students still have access to these products.
And I think I missed it in your presentation. I think it was there. Do you know how many young women suffer from period poverty?
Yes, so specifically in high school students, 1 in 5 girls miss school due to lack of access to menstrual products. So we can see that is a really, really big number in Nevada once we do that math and figure out how many girls are in high school in Nevada, and to understand that 20% of our girl high school students are struggling with this issue really is a really significant part of why AB 224 is needed.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? I am not seeing any questions, and I know we have a lot of support. I will just say for the record, I just like to point out, Ms. Clever, that you said your name every single time you were testifying, and I can't tell you how many adults or almost professional testifiers don't do that. So thank you so much. And yes, we're all just gushing about you. So you should be very proud of yourself. So with that, we will move on to the phone lines and take phone calls in support of AB 224. BPS?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 224, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 577, please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chris Daly, BALY, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSEA supports AB 224 to ensure feminine hygiene products are made available at no cost to students in school bathrooms and to require school districts to address the issue of lack of access to feminine hygiene products due to unaffordability. Access to feminine hygiene products for girls and young women in schools is a health issue, an education issue, and an equity issue. Simple access to these products of necessity would help reduce any stigma related to menstruation and would also reduce missed class time. For many years, certain educators have purchased feminine hygiene products with their own funds to keep in their classrooms to provide to girls and young women who may need them. Making these products available in girls' bathrooms would mean these educators wouldn't have to spend their own money. Finally, AB 224 promotes equity, providing a basic necessity at no cost, benefits girls and young women from low-income families who may otherwise struggle to afford feminine hygiene products. Thank you.
So I apologize because I was so impressed by Ms. Clever that I forgot to go back to the bill sponsor and ask her to go through the provisions of the bill. I am so sorry, Assemblywoman Duran, but see, we just aren't used to this sort of professionalism, and you just got me off kilter. So I apologize, Assemblywoman Duran, if you would like to go through the provisions of the bill.
Well, thank you. I was figuring you already saw that it's ready to go and we were just going to pass it on by. But anyway, thank you, Ms. Glover. At this time, I would like to walk you through AB 224, 2 major components, access and reporting. And then I will review the one proposed amendment. First, to address the access, Section 3, subsection 1 requires that pupils at a middle school, junior high school, or high school be provided period products in the school bathroom at no cost to the pupil. Additionally, Section 3, subsection 2 requires the Board of Trustees of each school district and the governing body of each applicable charter school to develop a plan to address the lack of access to period products due to the affordability and provide equal access to such products. This subsection also provides what must be included in the plan. Second, the bill requires certain reports. Section 1 adds a new section to Chapter 385A of NRS, requiring for each public and applicable charter school that an evaluation of access to period products be included in their annual report of accountability. Section 3, subsection 3 requires that every other year the school districts and applicable charter schools submit a report on their accessibility plan to the director of LCB for transmittal to the next regular legislative session. We submitted one proposed amendment which would change the terminology feminine hygiene products to menstrual products. And we will ask legal to add may accept monetary gift, grant, and product donations to the bill language. And with that, Madam, we already answered the questions, so I guess we can go ahead and continue with support.
We'll move on to back to testimony and support. EPS.
Caller with the last three digits of 161, please press. You have it. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hello, thank you so much. For the record, my name is Carla Ramirez, Karla Ramirez. I am an organizer with Planned Parenthood and a community member. Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada is in favor of AB 224 because no one should struggle to access menstrual products. As Ms. Glover mentioned, 1 in 5 girls miss class time due to lack of access to menstrual products. And even with online classes, more students are struggling to access their basic necessities like pads and tampons. In order to end period poverty, we must ensure that menstrual products are available and affordable for people that need them. Menstrual products are a necessity and should be treated as such. Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada urges you to support AB 224 and bring us one step closer to ending period poverty. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the call. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 635. Please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello, thank you, committee members. For the record, my name is Nathan Noble, Nathan Noble, and I am here on behalf of you and our Young Democrats to support this bill. A lot has already been said in support, so I won't waste the committee's time by going back over it. But among the immensely positive effects this would have are so many benefits to the health and safety of our student community. This committee has long maintained that those are top priorities, as they should be. And if we cannot provide for our students' health and well-being, then we cannot educate them properly. As such, we throw our full support behind this bill. And as a side note, I would like to mention that we especially like this bill is sensitive to the needs of all people with menstrual issues, not merely women. Its trans inclusivity is wonderful. And I would like to personally thank Assemblywoman Duran and Ms. Glover for bringing it forward. And since brevity is the soul of wit, I will conclude my testimony by saying ditto to everything that was said before. Thank you, committee members. I yield my time.
Thank you so much for your call. Next call in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 459. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and members of the Assembly Education Committee. For the record, my name is Jerry Burton, Jeriburton. I'm the president of the Nevada chapter of the National Organization for Women, and our members proudly support AB 224 for period equity. Thanks to Assemblywoman B. Duran for bringing forward this bill at the request of Samantha Glover of Red Equity, a nonprofit helping people needing period products in Northern Nevada. We also appreciate the 23 bipartisan Assembly co-sponsors of this bill. Period products are a necessity. We've seen students and low-income families struggle to meet this monthly need. I volunteered with the Vegas Community Pantry last year, and in addition to the need for groceries, we had daily requests for menstrual supplies, which we were able to meet through donations. This past year, 1 in 4 people with periods struggled to purchase feminine hygiene products. Period products must be readily and easily available, free of charge in our schools. No one should have to miss class time or other essential school activities because they cannot afford period products. And as Samantha Glover so wonderfully indicated, what a great presentation. In those states who passed this legislation, attendance among people with periods has increased 2.5%. Additionally, this bill will help to stigmatize the need for period products and provide the necessary education on these products and their use. So we urge you to support and vote yes on AB 224. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the call in support, Ms. Burton. Next call in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 296. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Education Committee. My name is Sophia Bourbano. For the record, SOPHIA-BURBANO. I'm a sophomore at the Davidson Academy in Reno, Nevada. I am speaking today because passing Bill AB 224 is a necessity to ensure an equal education to all Nevadans. I can recall countless times I have had my period in school and been unprepared. Usually, I go to the bathroom and try to make do with the paper products in the stalls. I hardly ever succeed. When this has happened, asking a teacher or administrator for period products has never been an option, as the memories of my friends and I being teased about menstruation were too fresh and shameful. As many menstruators in school know, it is normal for us to miss class rather than ask for period products. The data supports this. Based on a survey of 1,000 students, 4 in 5 teens have either missed class time or known someone who has missed class time because of lack of access to period products. Furthermore, the majority, or 51% of students, feel like their school does not care about them, even if they do not provide free period products in their bathrooms. While I have personally never struggled to afford menstrual products, I have still missed class countless times due to the inaccessibility of menstrual products in school. If we had access to period products inside school bathrooms, I am overwhelmingly confident that periods would no longer affect my education and cause me to miss class time. For the good of our students, Nevada must realize AB 224. To vote against this resolution would be to neglect and dismiss the needs of Nevadan students and the urgent, unwavering demand for equitable education and dignity. Thank you for your time and your committee steps to creating a safer, more just Nevada.
Thank you for the call and support. Are there any other calls in support?
Caller with the last three digits of 646. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Education Committee. My name is Robert Barthel, ROBERTBARSEL, and I am a high school student in Las Vegas. For the last few years, I have worked in my community in peer support groups for children who have lost a parent or sibling. Through that group, I have met many kids with unique stories about their education and the support they receive. One girl's story stands out to me. I met this girl a few years ago, and she had just entered the 8th grade. She had lost her mother very suddenly. She had been homeless when her mother was alive and was in and out of shelters after the fact. Already, that is more than what a young girl should have to be experiencing. In that atmosphere, school should have felt like a safe haven. However, that was unfortunately not the position she was put in. This girl could not afford period products, and on days where she was not provided with menstrual products by her homeless shelters, she would simply have to miss school because she was unable to acquire pads or tampons that would have made this problem quickly disappear. Less time in school meant more time on the street. This is unfortunately a choice that many young girls have to make every day. Please, I urge the committee to pass AB 224 to provide even a modicum of normalcy to young girls that are literally struggling to survive when still getting their education. This is not a difficult problem to solve, and one that would mean a world of difference to menstruating people across the state of Nevada. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for the call in support of AB 224. Are there any other callers in support?
Caller. One moment, Chair. Caller with the last three digits of 164. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin. Once again, caller with the last three digits of 164. You will have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Education Committee. My name is Akash Krishnan, and I'm a 19-year-old freshman at Columbia University living in Reno. And sorry, for the record, that's AKAASH KRISHNAN. I'm speaking to you today in ardent support of AB 224, a bill that will ensure crucial equity and access to educational opportunities and rightful hygiene for so many Nevadans. Throughout high school, I watched time and again as menstruators were either unprepared to deal with their period or were forced to reckon with an administration that scattered obstacles in their path to accessing menstrual products and hygiene. One memorable moment that has continued to resonate with me years later is an experience a friend of mine had during gym class. The class began uneventfully and with all the makings of a successful and enjoyable hour. But about halfway through the dodgeball session, my friend whispered in my ear that she thought she had just got her period. Her face was furrowed in fear as she discreetly wrapped her jacket around her waist. I walked with her to our teacher and asked if we could head back to the school because she wasn't feeling well and needed to use the bathroom. Not expecting resistance, I was shocked and angered when he joked and quipped that she shouldn't have come if she wasn't feeling well and had inconvenienced the class. When he finally let us go, my friend was on the verge of tears, her feelings of fear and uncertainty exacerbated by a teacher who was horribly unsympathetic. At school, she didn't have any period products at her disposal, so we went from student to student in study hall, asking if anyone had any she could use. Finally, someone rushed to her aid and handed her a product from their backpack, but not before the study hall monitors admonished my friend for disturbing her peers. That day displayed blatantly and painfully the hoops she had to jump through to access menstrual products. At every turn, there was a small barrier that, intentionally or not, deterred her and kept her from being able to quickly and assuredly deal with the issue at hand. AB 224 is imperative. Menstruators deserve to access these products, as well as a framework that educates their peers and administrators how to support rather than add to the problem. I'm glad my friend managed to get the access she needed, but it hurts to think about the thousands of menstruators across the state who face these academic obstacles day in and day out, though they can be intensely abated by AB 224. I strongly urge this committee to pass AB 224 to ensure equity and dignity for menstruating students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the testimony. I know we still do have a few more calls in support. I do want to remind folks that you are welcome to say ditto and I support. We do have several other bills and we need to let folks out at 4 o'clock for afternoon committees, and then we'll be coming back, but I'd like to at least have this bill finished. So next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 713. Please state and spell your name for the record and you may begin.
Madam Chair and members of the Education Committee, my name is Peyton Barcel, PeytonBarsel, and I am a student at Columbia on a gap year, currently working for a lobbying firm in Nevada. I am here today in full support of AB 224, a bill I followed since its inception. I will, for brevity's sake, just say ditto. I am incredibly supportive of AB 224 and all of everything included, and I just wanted to say thank you for your time, and I strongly urge the passage.
Thank you for that. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 522. Please press *6 to unmute. There you go. Please state and spell your name for the record and you may begin.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jenny Jang. For the record, that's JennyJang. I graduated from high school in Reno in 2019, and I'm currently a sophomore at the University of California, Berkeley. I'm speaking today to express my support for AB 224, a bill that would make huge strides in increasing much needed menstrual resources for young people across Nevada. My own experiences dealing with menstruation in middle and high school were shrouded in shame and confusion, unfortunately a common thread for many who are just starting their periods during this chaotic time in their lives. The lack of accessible period products in my school meant a monthly ritual of wrapping cheap, single-ply toilet paper around my underwear to form a makeshift pad, which, besides being wholly ineffective, was frankly humiliating. The lack of menstrual resources available to me at school was directly tied to my feelings of shame around my body. I felt that my period was a gross part of me that should be covered up and swept under the rug, a feeling that was only confirmed by my school's lack of access to menstrual products and related educational resources. Not only would AB 224 provide the physical products that people with periods require, but it would go a long way in helping dismantle still pervasive taboos around menstruation as a whole. I remember how touched I felt when my local climbing gym started stocking free period products in its restrooms. I was caught off guard by how such a small act could go such a long way in making me feel welcome in that space and in my own body. Unfortunately, such a sighting remains a rare occurrence rather than the status quo, which is exactly why AB 224 is so crucial. Period products are basic human necessities and not luxury items, and they should be treated as such. I strongly urge this committee to pass AB 224 to ensure that menstruating students are treated with the dignity and equity that has, up until this point, so often been denied to them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 183, please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hello, Madam Chair and committees and members of the Education Committee. My name is Stella Thornton, STELLATHORNTON. I am a 16-year-old high school student at Carson High School, and this bill will be immensely helpful for me and for all of the students at all of the high schools in Nevada. Thank you so much for hearing AB 224.
Thank you so much. And once again, love when we hear from high school and young folks. So college students in there too, but really appreciate the call. Is there any more callers in support?
Caller with the last three digits of 910, please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Brittany Walker. I am here as co-chair of the Community Advisory Board for the Women's Research Institute of Nevada. We are in support of AB 224 and just want to say ditto to all of the comments, especially the kudos to Ms. Glover for her wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next caller in support.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 224, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in support of Assembly Bill 224, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits of 313, please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and Committee. My name is Max Greenstein, MAXGRINSTEIN. I'm a high school freshman from Reno, and I'm here to testify in support of AB 224. Why am I here supporting AB 224? You might not expect a teenage boy to be here testifying in favor of a bill expanding access to period products. And, truth be told, I admit that I can't fully understand all of the difficult issues that come with lack of access to period products. But there is one thing that I do understand, which is the stress of being a high school student. All of the work that is required, all of the peer pressure, all of the time commitment, all of the worries about the present and the future. There's a lot of stress that high school students face. So I can't imagine having to deal with all of that, plus the added pressure of worrying about where I might obtain essential period products. I have learned how difficult it can be for some of my fellow high school students to access these products, and I worry about the additional stress that adds to their life. Here in Nevada, if students don't have enough money for lunch, school lunches can be provided for them. Why don't we do the same with essential feminine health products? I urge you to pass AB 224. Thank you for your time and your service in the state of Nevada.
Thank you so much. And once again, thank you for taking part in this hearing. Are there any more callers in support?
Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no more callers in the queue to testify in support of Assembly Bill 224.
That we will close testimony in support. Do we have testimony in opposition?
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 224, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits of 411, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes and may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Lindsay Anderson, LINDSAYANDERSON, on behalf of the Washoe County School District. It goes without saying that Ms. Glover was incredibly compelling and impressive, and we're certainly proud to have her here in Washoe County. By way of history, part of the reason we do not provide menstrual products inside of bathrooms is due to past experience with these products being used to destroy school property, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars in plumbing damage, which is why we ultimately had to move them to a place with adult supervision. We appreciate the barrier this creates for our students, but perhaps we can work together on ways to mitigate the risk to school property and provide access to these products in additional locations that do not put school property at risk. While the students we've heard from today are incredibly mature, that's not the case for all of our middle and high school students. Additionally, in our new secondary schools, they are built with gender-neutral bathrooms that do not have a private separate area where these would be available to our students in a private way. We're certainly committed to creating a culture rich with social and emotional competencies where our students are not shamed, but supported by all the adults in the school. I know this is a policy committee, but with uncertainty about whether this bill will go to Ways and Means, I have to say that our board platform indicates opposition to any and all unfunded mandates. Should this proposal receive a specific appropriation, we could look at addressing logistical issues and use separate state funds to pay for these products for our students. Any new mandates will only redirect already limited funds we use to hire and pay teachers, classroom supplies, and other educational requirements to this new requirement. We hope to work with the bill sponsor and any existing stakeholder groups that may have been working on this and Ms. Glover to address these concerns and hopefully move to support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Next caller in opposition.
Caller with the last three digits, 080. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brad Keating, Bradkeating with the Clark County School District. Similarly to Ms. Anderson testifying in opposition of AB 224, I want to begin by saying how incredible of a job Ms. Glover did on testifying on this bill. We completely agree with Ms. Glover that it's important to provide access to these feminine hygiene products for our students. And as Ms. Anderson mentioned, we already do that in each of our nursing offices at schools. We have concerns with placing them in each bathroom due to past experiences where students have not used them as intended, and where pranks have led to unforeseen financial costs to the district. While we want to remove as many barriers as possible, we do want to make sure that these products are also accessible to students that need them the most. We also want to briefly note that we do have a fiscal note that has been submitted to this bill, and although it's a policy committee, there is a cost for the dispensers and the additional products themselves over what's already allotted in the school nursing offices. And if there is a creative method to provide access without an additional cost, we are certainly open to looking at all ideas and hope Ms. Glover can help us find a creative solution. We're committed to having additional conversations with the bill sponsor as we look to see how we can best provide these services to our students. We thank you for your time and consideration, and once again want to tell Ms. Glover how incredible of a job she did in her testimony today.
Thank you for the call. Are there any other callers in opposition to AB 224?
Caller with the last three digits of 692, please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przinski, MaryPierczynski, representing the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. And first, I want to echo what everyone else has said. Ms. Glover, we are so proud that you are a Nevada high school student, so mature, and you really did a wonderful job. I think that you have heard Clark County School District and Washoe County School District about what the concerns are with carrying out the mandates of the bill as the bill is currently written. I'm very confident that we can reach a solution to this important issue that will be helpful to the students and still maintain the schools in the kind of manner we need to maintain them. So we look forward to working with Ms. Glover and Assemblywoman Duran to come to a good solution for this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony. Are there any other callers in opposition to AB 224?
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 224, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, if you wish to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 224, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no more callers in queue to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 224.
Thank you for that, BPS. And with that, I will close opposition, and I will close testimony in opposition and open testimony in neutral.
To testify in neutral of Assembly Bill 224, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in the neutral position of Assembly Bill 224, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. There are no callers in the queue to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 224.
Thank you, BPS. With that, I will briefly ask Assemblywoman Duran or Ms. Glover if they have any closing remarks. We do have a hard stop at, we're recessing at 4, and we did have one other bill we were trying to hear. So if you like to make comments, make them brief.
I do have a brief comment, but I would ask Samantha if she would like to, Ms. Glover, if she would like to make a statement.
Samantha Glover, for the record. I wanted to thank everybody here for being respectful and really considering and valuing the experiences of students in Nevada. And thank you guys so much to help ensure that equity and dignity is provided to all Nevadan students so that nobody is ever missing class time because they can't afford period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glover. Ms. Assemblywoman Duran.
Thank you, Ms. Glover. Okay, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd like to conclude my presentation with a quote. When New Hampshire's Governor Chris Sununu signed a similar bill into law in 2019, he said, New Hampshire's bill would ensure young women can learn without disruption and free of shame or fear of stigma. It is my hope that we can give our students in Nevada the same opportunity. Thank you again and for taking the time to consider this measure. I urge your support of AB 224, and we are happy to work with the school districts in trying to find a resolution to get some period products to our students without feeling ashamed. And with that, thank you very much, and I'll happy to answer any further questions if needed.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Duran. And with that, I will close the hearing on AB 224, and I will open the hearing for AB 418. This is an interim legislative committee on education bill, which requires NDE to develop, implement, and analyze an exit survey for certain employees and other matters properly relating thereto. We have our own Assemblywoman Gorlow, who will be presenting this bill, and whenever you are ready, we will hopefully get through all the testimony and a couple questions, and then we will recess and come back at 6. Go ahead, Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michelle Gorlow, and I represent Assembly District 35 in Clark County. And I am pleased to present Assembly Bill 418 on behalf of the Legislative Committee on Education and the Nevada Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force. AB 418 requires the Department of Education to implement an exit survey analyzing teacher retention. The bill directs the department to consult the Nevada State Teachers Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force on development and execution of the exit survey. So I think it might be prudent to give the committee a brief overview of the task force before discussing the bill. So during the 2019 session, the legislature passed AB 276, which created the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force. The task force is composed of public school teachers with 5 or more consecutive years of teaching from each of the school districts across the state, and they meet quarterly to address challenges with attracting and retaining teachers. In their 2020 report, the task force made a series of recommendations, which included a general recommendation that the Legislative Committee on Education select a third party to develop, implement, and analyze the results of a statewide educator exit survey. During the interim session, the task force argued that Nevada's lack of consistent data regarding why teachers leave schools contributes to low levels of retention. They told the Legislative Committee on Education that if we don't know why educators leave, we can't make good policy to keep them. The committee recognized the need to understand these reasons, which is why I'm here to present AB 418 on behalf of the Interim Legislative Committee. Subsection 1 of AB 418 requires the Department of Education, in consultation with the task force, to establish an exit survey measuring teacher retention. In the proposed amendment by the Nevada Department of Education found on Nellis, there is the ability for the department to customize each district's survey. Subsection 2 allows the department to partner with any person or entity with expertise in education in further the development of implementation and analysis of the exit survey. The amendment does not change this. Subsection 3 specifies that the Board of Trustees of a school district is responsible for administering the exit survey to qualifying teachers and licensed experts. It is also required the Board of Trustees to report the previous year's exit survey results on or before August 1st of each year. The amendment will change this in that the school district will provide the department's survey link and will ensure the data from each survey will be transmitted directly to the department. And subsection 4 mandates that the Department of Education review and provide recommendations for improvement to the Board of Trustees based on the results submitted in section 3. And subsection 5 requires the Department of Education to make a transmit report to the legislature or legislative committee on education containing the information sent to and from school districts and any additional recommendations for further legislation. And the effective date of this bill is January 1st of 2022. And I am available for comments. I don't think we have any other presenters.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Gorlow. I know we have folks from ND, Department of Education on if there are any questions. There you are. Hello, Ms. Gonzalez. If there are any questions from the committee about what this would actually look like. But other than that, do we have questions from the committee? Guys ready to go get dinner, huh? Okay. Well, Ms. Gonzalez, did you want to say anything or are you just here for questions? Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will go ahead and open up the phone lines for testimony in support of AB 418. DPS, are there any callers in? Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. To testify in support of Assembly Bill 418, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 023, please spell and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Committee Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and committee members. My name is Brenda Pearson, BRENDA PEARSON, and I am here representing the Clark County Education Association. CCEA is speaking in support of Assembly Bill 418 and the proposed NDE amendment. Teacher department departures pose serious challenges for schools and districts, especially in consideration of Nevada's depleted teacher pipeline. Research demonstrates that high teacher turnover can lower student academic outcomes, specifically in schools predominantly serving economically disadvantaged students and students of color. Creating and implementing an exit survey will help our state and district better understand why teachers leave and then target efforts to curb attrition. AB 418 is a great start to understanding why teachers leave and the Nevada K-12 education delivery system. Teacher attrition is not a new issue in Nevada. Historically, Nevada has dealt with attrition issues by sweeping them under the proverbial rug. We have depended upon recruiting educators from other states and countries for some of our most difficult positions instead of growing our own pipeline. We have created many programs for alternative routes to licensure to speed potential candidates through the process, but continue to wonder why these individuals were more likely to leave the profession within the first few years. We have even paid for educators to serve in chronically underperforming schools, only to be surprised when they leave that school when the money dries up. All along, Nevada has thrown our hands up, wondering why our efforts have not paid off. Nevada has fallen victim to the anecdotal fallacy, where we have used an isolated example or a personal story to inform our decisions instead of evidence-based decision-making. Nevada must base decisions upon data and objective evidence, and Assembly Bill 418 supplies us with such data. AB 418 positions Nevada at the precipice of a positive change that will positively impact our students. CCA thanks the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force for beginning this conversation during the interim session, and we thank the sponsors of the bill. We look forward to continuing our conversation about attrition and retention in Nevada's schools, and whether a survey like this should apply more broadly to teacher turnover to better understand why educators transition to other schools, leave the district, or leave the profession entirely.
Thank you for the call and support. Next caller in support of AB 418.
Caller with the last two digits of 577. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chris Daly, DALY, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSEA supports AB 418 to require exit surveys for educators leaving employment. We supported AB 276, creating the Nevada State Teacher Recruitment and Retention Advisory Task Force in the 2019 session to address the issue of Nevada's vaccine teacher shortage. AB 418 comes directly from a recommendation of the task force to help identify factors involved in the decision of many educators to leave their schools or the profession of teaching altogether. We all know Nevada's teacher shortage is a significant problem across school districts in the state. While there's often a focus on the teacher pipeline, teacher retention is equally, if not more important. In the Clark County School District, for example, half of teachers separate from employment within 5 years. Based on recommendations to the task force, an effective exit survey would consider educator characteristics and assignment, the reason for leaving, and future employment plans. In the survey, it will be critical to determine whether the reason for leaving is related to poor working conditions or a lack of support. NSEA believes exit surveys will identify issues such as large class sizes, low compensation, and punitive or unfair evaluation systems as major factors. But exit surveys will give decision makers the information necessary to make adjustments to better retain Nevada's teaching workforce. Thank you.
Thank you for the call and support. Next caller in support of AB 418.
Caller with the last three digits of 080. Please go ahead and state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Bilber Axelrod, members of the Education Committee. My name is Noah Sullivan, Nohsullivan, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Clark County School District in support of AB 418. Exit surveys provide important insight as to why our employees are leaving the district. CCSD wants to retain as many skilled workers as possible, and receiving these surveys will provide us with a meaningful strategy to keep our workers employed within the district as we look to minimize vacancies and understand how best we can support our staff. CCSD would like to emphasize its support for the amendment offered by the Department of Education, which would allow our annual exit surveys to include questions targeted specifically to CCSD employees. It is important to ensure that the district is in constant communication and access in order to best improve our recruitment and retention of licensed professionals. CCSD wants to thank the Assembly Committee on Education for its continued dedication to improving the livelihoods of CCSD workers and for bringing forward this important bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for the call. Any other callers in support?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 418, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, there are no more testifiers in support of Assembly Bill 418. The line is open and working.
Thank you. Caller, we'll close the testimony in support and open the testimony in opposition.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 418, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 418, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. There are no callers to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 418.
Thank you, and we will close testimony in opposition and open testimony in the neutral position on AB 418.
To testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 418, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in the neutral position of Assembly Bill 418, Please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, we have no callers to testify in the neutral position of Assembly Bill 418.
Thank you so much, BPS. Did the sponsor or did the presenter have any other closing comments?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't think I do.
Okay, with that, we will close the hearing on AB 418. At this time, we are going to go into recess and we will reconvene at 6 p.m. I know several of our members have afternoon committees at 4. If you do not, I encourage you to go grab something to eat because I think it's going to be a little bit of a long night for us. So we will see you at 6 o'clock and we are in recess.
Hello, good members and staff. Please turn on your video and stand by for the call to order. And Chair, broadcast is ready, and you may call the meeting to order.
Welcome back, everyone, to our evening portion of the meeting. This evening, we're going to start by hearing AB 415, then we'll move into work session, then finish our meeting with hearing AB 384, and then 353. If for some reason we do not have Vice Chair Miller back, we will push work session to the end of the meeting. So with that, I'm going to open the hearing on AB 415. This is a committee bill which directs the Legislative Committee on Education to conduct an interim study and provide recommendations concerning strategies to enhance the statewide system of accountability for schools, also known as the Nevada School Performance Framework, NSPF, and to study and address school improvements supported based on performance framework. The bill provides entities with whom the committee must consult and specifies data to be collected and reviewed. With us today to present AB 415 is Dr. Jessica Barr, a data analysis and school improvement consultant with extensive experience working in this specific area with NSPF. Dr. Barr, thank you for being here, and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. So good evening, Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm thrilled to be here. As Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod shared, my name is Dr. Jessica Barr. I am a data analyst and school improvement consultant. My background is strongly rooted in Nevada education, having a career path that started in the classroom as a teacher, progressed into administration and district leadership, and ultimately into the role of analyst and consultant. Currently, I work with over 80 elementary, middle, and high schools, a majority of which are Nevada schools, serving approximately 30,000 students. My work is really rooted in the positive influence of student outcomes through the use of data, predictive analytics, and effective training. As such, my work requires that I have an intricate understanding of the Nevada State Performance Framework, or as the NSPF, as we call it, and an awareness of its intricacies. I am truly a proponent of the NSPF and believe wholeheartedly that it has proven and has a proven ability to positively shift student outcomes and school performance when resulting data is adequately accessible, understood, and utilized. That being said, now that we have had 3 years of testing, data collection, and reporting, we have started to see some potential trends and possible limitations of the NSPF. AB 415 proposes to provide an opportunity for data-driven reflection and potential adjustments by conducting an interim study. This study will review the following trends and potential limitations that we have seen emerge after our first 3 years of NSPF implementation and data collection. As we go through the proposed areas of study today, please do keep in mind that these recommendations are based on a subset of data that has been collected over the past 3 years. The study itself would be essential in determining if these initial indicators that we are seeing are in fact prevalent across the entire state of Nevada. So here are our proposed areas of study. Access to scores of pupil outcomes from schools and teachers. It is truly necessary to study levels of access to individual student data and potential limitations that places on improving school performance. What we are initially seeing and hearing in working with schools across Nevada since the inception of the NSPF is that different districts receive different levels of access to their individual student data. Some, but not all district schools and teachers receive access to all of their data indicators, including some that would be considered crucial for reflection and replication of best practices. So for example, in the area of student growth, certain districts share information that outlines specific individual student growth targets, the growth that students ultimately receive individually on their assessments, and the exact growth target that they're expected to hit the following school year. while other district schools only have access to a simple yes or no on whether or not a student is hitting those targets, giving these school leaders and teachers almost no insight into how close or far students are from achieving their goals. And essentially, this is leaving them blind to aim for targets that they have no access to. It is really crucial to explore this because in elementary school, 45% of the elementary rating is comprised of points relating to targets that not all schools seem to currently have access to. 40% of the middle school rating is also comprised of these points relating to targets that not all schools have access to. Our next area of study would be the access to scores of pupils who transfer between schools and districts and the existing capability to share data. It is necessary to explore Nevada's current capacity to share data, especially when such a significant portion of the star rating system is dependent on hitting targets that follow transfer and transient students. What we are seeing initially is that though we do have platforms that were intended to support data sharing, like Infinite Campus, schools are often limited to phone calls and record requests that frequently go unfulfilled. This study will collect data on access and offer potential recommendations. For example, one of many examples, we do know that the state of Florida has a highly effective data sharing system where teachers have access to data at their fingertips. The next proposed topic of study is in the area of methodology, specifically the methodology of comprehensive support and improvement, which we abbreviate to CSI, targeted support and improvement, which is referred to as TSI, and additional targeted support and improvement, which we refer to as ATSI, school designations. It is necessary to explore Nevada's current methodology for designating schools based on underperforming subgroups. What we are currently seeing after 3 years of data collection is that Nevada is one of few states that employs punitive actions for designated support and targeted improvement schools. It is also how we determine what schools need support in closing opportunity gaps in high needs populations, making this a really high stakes category for Nevada and its goals. My data is showing that schools who are actually achieving exceptional growth with high need subpopulations are potentially being false flagged and triggered as underperforming due to the structure of our current metric. It also appears that the major reason we are not seeing more triggered school designations is due to many schools having smaller numbers of subgroup populations and thus not qualifying for the designation. In the provided visual, you can see one such example of a school that I work with who is achieving really high growth medians for IEP students, our special education students. And in fact, they only saw 15% of their IEP students achieve low growth. Yet this very same year, they were triggered as an underperforming subgroup under the state's current metric. This is one of many examples that I've seen, and the study that we would conduct would see if this is potentially a more pervasive impact happening across our schools. This is really why evaluating the methodology and data from the entire state would be really important. A, because we may be inadvertently penalizing schools achieving exceptional growth with their subgroups and high needs populations. B, we may be increasing risk of penalty to schools that serve higher numbers of diverse subgroups and high needs populations. And C, we may be limiting opportunity to reflect upon and replicate true best practices across our state. We would also explore methodology in the area of growth indicators for high school. It is necessary to explore these growth indicators to support high schools in sustainable improvement. What we're seeing is that contrary to elementary and middle school, Nevada's high school metric does not measure and therefore does not promote student growth outside of that of English learners. Only 10% of the high school rating measures student growth compared to 60 to 65% of the elementary and middle school ratings. We would also like to explore academic achievement indicators for high school. Specifically, that we want to look at Nevada's current ACT proficiency cut scores and how it is potentially impacting college readiness. Currently, Nevada has the lowest ACT composite average score in the nation, coupled with the lowest expectation for proficiency. Here's what we are seeing. Nevada determined its own cut scores for ACT proficiency, essentially the scores that we say sufficiently meet our expectations for college and career readiness. In ELA, this cut score and expectation is a 17. In math, it's a 20, with the average Nevada high school student receiving a composite score of a 17.9 in 2020. But do these cutoff scores adequately represent that Nevada students are college and career ready? And are we doing Nevada students and parents a potential disservice by telling them that they are proficient and college ready at these levels? Initial data implies that we may be doing just that. For example, though our Nevada cut score for proficiency in college readiness is a 17, a 19 to a 21 is the average English reading score needed to avoid remedial college courses. In math, although our cut score is a 20, a 22 is the average national math score needed to avoid remedial college math courses. When looking at college acceptance, a 25 or higher is the minimum score for a shot at entrance into a selective university. Elite universities generally only admit with scores above a 31. In terms of college readiness and success, Nevada students currently only have a 13% probability of earning an A in an entry-level college course at our current decided upon cut score, and a 39% chance of earning a B. Math is quite similar, with Nevada students having a 13% chance of receiving an A in their entry-level math course at the current cut score, and a 40% chance of earning a B. We will also have some additional purposes of our interim study. First is to identify existing resources and additional resources to aid schools in improving pupil and school outcomes. Next, we would evaluate how other states address data sharing and the impact of transient pupils and enrollment fluctuation on school ratings and performance. And finally, we'd like to make some recommendations concerning any matter relating to the study, including, without limitation, recommendations for proposed legislation. So in conclusion today, AB 415 is proposing not to evaluate the NSPF in its entirety, and that's an important distinction, but rather to explore these emerging trends and potential limitations in their own individual capacity to determine if what we are seeing in our initial data subset is an anomaly or potentially pervasive across the state of Nevada. If the study does, in fact, reveal the need for targeted adjustments and resources across Nevada schools, then there is no better time to act than now. Essentially, we will be hitting the restart button on data collection and accountability this year after the unprecedented pause that the pandemic ignited. With all schools receiving new baseline data this year and anticipated star ratings in the fall of 2022, what better time to reflect and potentially implement minor adjustments that emerge from this study for the betterment of Nevada schools. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Barr, for your presentation. And I have to be honest, I did not look to see if you uploaded that. But if not, I hope that would be a possibility, because there are some great numbers that I know that the committee would like to see. And I'm getting a confirmation that it is up there. Wonderful. Thank you. So committee, feel free to go back and reference that. I think there's some staggering numbers. And the important thing that I do want to bring up is sort of what Dr. Barr said at the end. This isn't a big, huge overview. We're looking at little problems that have been identified, over the last 3 years. And I just do think the timing is great with what we just went through. So with that, I will open it to questions from the committee. Do I have any questions from the committee? Dr. Barr, you might be lucky because everyone's so tired now. No, but I know this is a very diligent committee, so I think this is just more of a testament that you did your really good work. So thank you. So I'm going to search one more time. No questions? Okay, then I will move on to testimony in support. EPS, do we have any callers in support?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 415, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 687, please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin. Caller with the last three digits of 687, we can't hear you. You're unmuted on our end. Is your phone on mute? Let's try that. Caller, you are unmuted on our end. Is your phone on mute? Caller, I will come back to you. Next caller, the last three digits, 232. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, David Dazlich, D-A-Z-L-I-C-H, Director of Government Affairs with the Vegas Chamber. Just wanted to take a moment to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill. We believe this is a good piece of legislation and the data collected will help inform sound education policy moving forward, and we urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next call in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 927. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name and you may begin.
Good evening, Committee Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and committee members. My name is Hava Ahmed, H-A-W-A-H-A-H-M-A-D, and I'm here representing the Clark County Education Association. CCEA is in support of Assembly Bill 415, and I would like to direct the members of the committee to the two exhibits that we have entered for testimony from our president and from Dr. Brenda Pearson. In short, Nevada does need to flip the script on the school accountability system, and we need data to do so. We think that this is a wonderful starting point, but of course, as time progresses, we do have to acknowledge the pitfalls within the current system to address and be agile in our approach to strategy to ensure that our students and our educators are put first. Again, I would love if everyone could read the testimony that we have in as an exhibit, and if you have any questions, please contact us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the call and support. Any other callers in support?
Caller with the last three digits of 577. Please state and spell your name for the record and you may begin.
Good evening, Chris Daly, D-A-L-Y, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSCA supports AB 415 to conduct an interim study of the statewide system of accountability for public schools. NSCA has consistently expressed concern about Nevada's sorting and rating mechanisms for educators as well as schools. The Nevada School Performance Framework, or NSPF, or School Star Rating System, has failed to foster the education improvements it was intended to deliver. Instead, it acts in a more punitive way, penalizing schools largely based on factors outside of schools' control. For example, the income of a community a school serves is more likely to track with a school star rating than any of the individual indicators included in the NSPF. Of particular concern is the emphasis many school leaders put on the indicator of academic proficiency on state assessments. This creates a school culture where educators feel compelled to teach to the test rather than spend the time needed for quality teaching and learning, including developing critical thinking skills and more time for personalized and differentiated instruction. Since the COVID-19 crisis forced closure of school buildings and a shift to distance learning and hybrid education models, it became clear Nevada's one-size-fits-all policy on student assessments, teacher evaluations, and school star ratings no longer serve the best interest of students. With most Nevada students now returning to school buildings, continued reliance on these old schemes may create counter-incentives for students and educators to come to school when sick, to teach to tests instead of teaching and reinforcing health and safety, and to maximize numbers and time in classrooms, even when that may be outside of the guidelines for safe operation of school buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any other testimony in support?
Caller 687, please state and spell your name for the record and you may begin. Caller, we cannot hear you. Is your phone on mute? You are unmuted in the Zoom. Caller, we cannot hear you at this time. One more time, you are unmuted in the Zoom. Caller 687, please state and spell your name for the record. Caller with the last three digits of 011, please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is Dr. Brenda Pearson, representing the Clark County Education Association, BRENDA-PEARSON. CCEA is speaking in support of Assembly Bill 415. The intent of the Nevada School Accountability System is to hold schools and districts responsible for raising student achievement and inform timely supports to make improvements when necessary. But Nevada's school performance framework has historically fallen short of this aim. Nevada's system has been solely built upon compliance, which has informed districts, schools, and the public of what outcomes students met without explanation of why they met them. As a prior educator in the Clark County School District, the NSPF was viewed as an incomplete picture of what schools were able to accomplish. School ratings did not inform progress, but instead deterred educators from serving in schools that earned a 1 or 2 star rating. Chronically underperforming schools seem to be boxed in year after year, having to absorb numerous special programs, often burdening and academically struggling schools. Additionally, star ratings are influenced by school funding. School funding issues are most prevalent in our chronically underperforming schools, which are predominantly located in our economically disadvantaged and diverse communities. Resources are not readily available to these schools, and students deemed at risk need additional funding to support their progression towards proficiency. School ratings should not be closely correlated with school funding unless we fund the per pupil funding plan optimally. This is one of the many reasons why CCEA adamantly supports the full implementation of Senate Bill 543 with consistent and diversified revenue streams. Nevada needs to flip the script on the school accountability system. School accountability system should be informed by both macro and micro level data sources and should drive towards a comprehensive understanding of student and school success. CCA is in support of AB 415 for all of these reasons. At the end of the day, we have just withstood the impossible, and instead of returning to the same inefficient systems, we support looking at the future, exploring reforms, and most importantly, changing the culture of education in Nevada to put our students and educators first.
Thank you very much for the call and support. Any other calls in support of AB 415?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 415, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working, but there are no more callers to testify in support of Assembly Bill 415 at this time.
Thank you, VPS. We will close the testimony in support and move on to testimony in opposition of AB 415.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 415, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 415, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, we have no callers in queue to testify in opposition on Assembly Bill 415.
Thank you very much, VPS. With that, I will close testimony in opposition and open testimony in the neutral position on AB 415.
To testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 415, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 936, please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the Assembly Committee on Education. This is Sarah Nick, SARAH NICK, on behalf of the Department of Education. The department is testifying in neutral to Assembly Bill 415 and looks forward to working with the bill's sponsors and stakeholders regarding implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any other calls in the neutral position?
To testify in support in the neutral position for Assembly Bill 415, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working, but we have no more callers to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 415 at this time.
Thank you, BPS. I will close testimony in neutral and ask Dr. Barr if you have any closing remarks.
No, just thank you all so much for your consideration. We truly believe that this could shed some really informative light on areas of support for Nevada schools.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barr. It's been a real pleasure working with you, and you can definitely tell your passion about data and collecting the right data for the state of Nevada so kids can move forward. So thank you. With that, I will close the hearing on AB 415. So we do not have our vice chair. So we are going to move work session to the end, and then we're going to go ahead and open up our next hearing, which is hearing for AB 384. So we'll open that hearing, which revises provisions governing sexual misconduct in institutions of the Nevada System of Higher Education, known as NCHE. We have our own Assemblywoman Torres here, and just so you all know, Assemblywoman Torres and Assemblywoman Duran are kind of bookending these. So I did allow 20 minutes for Assemblywoman Torres's testimony because I'm told that the second bill will only need 10 minutes. So just to be clear, I'm being fair to everyone. So go ahead, Assemblywoman Torres, when you're ready.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Assemblywoman Torres, representing Assembly District 3 for the record. Today, I am here to present AB 384, which is a companion legislation to AB 353, as the chair already acknowledged. And this piece of legislation does address sexual misconduct in our colleges and universities. I just want to make sure that the committee is aware that there has been a proposed amendment that has been emailed to the members of this committee and posted on Nellis. I want to apologize for the late notice of the amendment. I have been working around the clock with NCHE and the institutions to make sure that we could get an amendment to this committee that satisfied various stakeholders. And so I do apologize for it being late, but there's been several changes to the legislation with the amendment. This bill arose out of bipartisan bill from the 2019 session sponsored by Senator Severs-Gansert. The pandemic interfered with the usual process, but the Interim Legislative Committee on Education was able to engage key stakeholders and representatives from all points of view in a study regarding safe and respectful learning environments. The area of greatest concern to the individuals in the committee was sexual harassment and violence based on gender discrimination, including that based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Sadly, our LGBTQ youth are among our most vulnerable for harassment and violence. The study participants agreed that uniform policies on sexual misconduct in Nevada schools was long overdue. Furthermore, it is essential that school personnel and others are involved in the grievance process understand all available resources on and off campus. Training was another identified need. We need to provide more training at all levels, and especially on trauma-informed responses, so victims receive assistance that recognizes the complexity of their experiences. Later on this evening, you'll be hearing AB 353, and there are a few key differences that I want to point out. First, AB 384 specifically deals with higher education. So the vast majority of the student populations are adults, and therefore the climate surveys are appropriately administered to all students at an institution. Second, unlike K-12 schools, sexual harassment and violence perpetuated by third-party vendors is an issue in the higher education setting that is not necessarily apparent in our K-12 setting. I want to thank the Nevada system of higher education, the government affairs teams from every institution for continuing to engage in this dialogue over the course of the last year. This isn't a piece of legislation that we quickly put together. This is a piece of legislation that I have been collaborating with stakeholders on since April of 2020. So I really do appreciate the work that they have done to ensure that we could find a policy that worked for Nevada. I am committed to continuing this dialogue in the months to come, and I'm confident that together we will craft a policy that garners community support and creates a safe environment for all students. At this time, I would like to introduce Assemblywoman Brown May, who will provide this committee with additional remarks regarding the need for this policy in student communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Assemblywoman Torres. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of this committee. I am thrilled to be here to provide additional comments regarding Assembly Bill 384. And for the record, my name is Assemblywoman Tracy Brown May, and I represent Assembly District 42 in Las Vegas and Central Clark County. So today I'm here to share a personal perspective regarding the importance of safeguarding our students attending the Nevada institutions of higher education. I am the proud mom of 3 young adults. My 18-year-old son is preparing to enter university. My 20-year-old daughter's in the middle of her college career currently, and my oldest is a recent graduate from the Nevada system, from a Nevada system of higher education university. While her gender pronouns are she, her, and hers, she identifies as a non-binary lesbian. Through the experiences of each of my children, I have become increasingly aware of the situations that they and many of their friends experience. Sexual-related misconduct, including allegations of abuse, assault, sexual harassment, bullying, and harassment related to gender expression and identity and sexual orientation are real, and our families are dealing with them. Currently, the only data we have is anecdotal, and they're the stories of the young adults like mine and thousands others across Nevada. A concerning trend is that many survivors fail to report, and the personal nature of the complaint, the vulnerability required to share complaints, or the lack of private reporting processes, and the stigma that's often attached to the nature of these types of reports often deters our students from reporting, even when that offense is egregious. Members of the LGBTQ+ community are often targets of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, or gender-based bullying. People with disabilities have often been targets of these same behaviors and have reported increased instances of sexual assault. Often students don't know where to turn for assistance, even when we do have some of the processes in place. As we get better at discussing appropriate sexual behaviors, it's also important that we identify inappropriate sexual conduct, and we need a way to identify the current experiences of our students. Assembly Bill 384 will begin that process. We have an opportunity here to utilize the existing assets and talents of the institutions in our states to better define the situations that our students are facing. And as a parent, I feel it's necessary that we ask the questions and include the members of both the LGBTQ+ community and the disability community as we consider the current climate on our university and college campuses. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you Ms. Dominique Hall, a UNR student body president, and she'll provide additional remarks.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Dominique Hall, and I'm a senior at the University of Nevada, Reno. On campus, I serve as student body president, and additionally, I'd like to make a disclaimer that I am currently serving as Assembly Speaker Fryerson's intern, but I am no way speaking on behalf of him or his team. Today, I am here as a student advocate with hopes of explaining the student perspective of why Assembly Bill 384 is important to Nevada students. This summer, I had the privilege of being a fellow with the Every Voice Coalition, where I completed extensive research on campus sexual violence and helped organize hundreds of NCHU students who are in support of combating this campus sexual violence. I can truly say Senate Bill 384 is the right way to combat campus sexual violence on NCHU campuses. According to RAIN, 13% of college students experience some form of campus sexual violence, and only 20% of women report these incidents. From my research, in the 2019 to 2020 school year, only 2 NCHU campuses, which were UNR and UNLV, reported incidents of sexual violence to the Clery Act. However, in the 2019 campus climate survey from UNR, 12% of the 3,000 plus survey takers reported that they experienced sexual violence that year. UNR is the only NC institution with a recent campus climate survey. And going off of the fact that 12% of the 3,000 plus survey takers identified they experienced sexual violence, but there were only 14 reports of sexual violence acts in the Cleary Report of 2019, we can assume campus sexual violence is a prevalent issue in other NC institutions. It is not just being reported. From info sessions with the Every Voice Coalition last summer, many NC students expressed how they knew a peer who had experienced campus sexual violence, but never reported their cases. I too know many peers who have experienced this violence. I believe having NC institutions supply campus climate surveys on sexual misconduct, adopt clear policies on sexual misconduct, enter memorandums of understandings with victim organizations, and more within this bill will begin to allow cases of campus sexual violence to drastically end and the perpetrators be held accountable. I want to end this testimony by sharing that when I would have discussions about campus sexual violence on NC campuses, many students expressed that campus without sexual violence would be their dream campus, a campus they'd feel comfortable sending their younger sibling to. Currently, NC has little to no campus sexual violence prevention or accountability policies. In this current state, NC students are in a vulnerable position of being at risk of having a sexual misconduct act committed against them, and I would not feel comfortable sending my younger sister to an institution with no clear policies. Assembly Bill 384 would grant NC students, like myself, the possibility of having a safer and more accountable campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. And at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Margaret Kemp, who is also the director of the Care Center at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. So good evening. My name is Dr. Margaret Campy, and first I'd like to say thank you to the committee for having me and to Assemblywoman Torres for inviting me to provide testimony in support of AB 384. And for all the work that went into crafting this bill. So I became the director of the Gene Nidich Care Center at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas about a year ago. For those of you that may not know, the Care Center is the only anti-violence advocacy office in all of NC. So prior to taking this directorship at the Care Center, I've spent the previous decade or so working in the anti-violence field in government, community-based, and higher education settings. My research in higher ed has been focused on best practices for researching, analyzing, and responding to interpersonal violence, both on campus but in the broader community. I've published peer-reviewed journal articles, invited book chapters, technical reports, and recommendations for higher ed institutions. At my previous institution, the University of Kentucky, I aided the Center for Research on Violence Against Women in the implementation, analysis, and recommendations of their campus climate survey. And my dissertation used national level campus climate data to examine sexual assault, harassment, and domestic or dating violence on college campuses. So my scholarly background and experience both in practice and in research really makes me uniquely qualified to testify on the importance of this legislation. There is no shortage of research underscoring college campus sexual assault as a public health problem. Students who experience sexual assault and harassment during their collegiate careers have higher rates of PTSD, depression, anxiety, substance use disorders, academic difficulty, and higher dropout rates. Research also shows that when students are able to access resources, these negative consequences might be mitigated. What we know from the research and what I've seen in practice is that most often student survivors do not disclose their experience to any official source, such as police or Title IX, for a myriad of reasons. Although most studies over the previous 40 years have focused on female-identified victim survivors as it pertains to prevalence and frequency of sexual misconduct victimization on campuses, more recent research has shown that those who occupy different or additional marginalized identity characteristics, such as having a disability, being a racial or ethnic minority, or being a first-generation student, identifying as queer or trans, or are associated with even higher disproportionate risk of experiencing sexual assault or harassment during college. So the other cumulative stressors associated with marginalized identities, such as racial, gender, sexual orientation, or ability discrimination, compound the negative effects of sexual assault or harassment. Given these empirically supportive facts and the diverse nature of our NSHE institutions and NSHE's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, making available confidential advocacy services at each NSHE institution is imperative for our students who are most marginalized and those that are most vulnerable to violence. AB 384 mandates that confidential advocates be made available at all NSHE institutions, and this is an important step in providing a vital service for the holistic well-being of our student population. The bill also mandates campus climate surveys related to sexual misconduct be conducted every 2 years. This type of institutional research is really imperative for several reasons. First, we know that sexual assault is highly underreported, and although all data has flaws, self-report surveys, such as campus climate surveys, yield more realistic results than a Clery report ever will, as Clery reports are based on official statistics. And I just got done explaining, and as others have explained, that most victim survivors do not report to official sources. The second, universities should always be using evidence-based and empirically supported programming. And with each campus having unique student populations, as well as services available to those students, campus climate surveys can provide data for NSHE as a whole, but also for each institution that can identify and inform administrators as to where there may be gaps in service and what students experience as it relates to sexual misconduct. Assembly Bill 384 gives NSHE the opportunity to show students throughout the system that administration takes sexual misconduct seriously by garnering a more accurate reflection of prevalence as well as the student experience with sexual misconduct and the subsequent response services. Without taking too much more time, I just also want to say that the bill also requires annual training for Title IX employees, and the importance of trauma-informed training for anyone that is responding to sexual misconduct cannot be understated. As noted, it's really difficult for a survivor to disclose to anyone, let alone an official office, and thus avoiding victim blaming and engaging in with survivors in a trauma-informed manner is imperative for students, as well as staff and faculty, in building trust with the Title IX police or any other office, including confidential advocates, such that we're able to work toward dismantling barriers to reporting and increasing access to services. Thanks again for having me, and that concludes my testimony in support of AB 384.
Thank you, Dr. Kemp. And I'm going to allow us to go to Ms. Tina Russum, who is the General Counsel for Nevada System of Higher Education. She's going to very quickly, and I promise it'll be very quickly and briefly, just going through like the main components of the legislation. And then if legislators have specific questions about the legislation, we're more than happy to answer those.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the Assembly Education Committee. I am Tina Russum, spelled Tinarussom. I am a Deputy General Counsel for the Nevada System of Higher Education, and I'm here on behalf of the Nevada System of Higher Education, testifying in support of Assembly Bill 384 with the amendment. Also present is University of Nevada, Reno's Title IX Coordinator, Maria Doucette-Prey. I apologize, Maria Doucette-Prey, spelled MariaDoucettePerry. And she has a sexual misconduct policy, but we agree that this bill will help encourage students to take action. And she has offered supportive amendments to AB 384. The overarching objective of the amendments is to ensure state legislation is harmonious with existing sexual misconduct and discrimination laws and flexible enough should federal laws change, as we expect them to. I will now briefly and generally review some of our proposed amendments. We are proposing amendments to the definition sections of 3 through 11, seeking to align them with existing federal and state laws, which includes, but is not limited to, Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Clery Disclosure of Campus Security Policy and Campus Crime Statistics Act, the Violence Against Women Act, the Campus Sexual Violence Elimination Act, and Nevada Revised Statutes 613 and 651. Sections 12 through 15 provide general parameters for conducting a sexual misconduct climate survey in support of providing a safe and protective campus for our students and staff by collecting data to increase transparency measure progress, and improve existing policies. There is also a proposal for a new section which would permit memorandums of understanding with local law enforcement agencies to establish the roles and responsibilities in supporting students and university employees relating to the prevention of and response to on and off campus sexual misconduct. And an amendment which seeks to permit memorandums of understanding with sexual assault crisis centers and domestic violence centers to provide free, independent, confidential services and access to medical and legal support for students and employees through these partnerships. Section 21's amendment codifies an amnesty policy, which generally precludes the punishment of alcohol or drug use discovered as a result of reporting incidents of sexual misconduct. We thank Assemblywoman Torres for her work and her continued collaboration with the Nevada system of higher education. We also thank this committee for hearing this bill today. If you have any questions, Maria and I are available to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Torres, you are at 19 minutes, so way to go. Should we just open it up for questions now?
Now, Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, we now stand open for questions, Chair.
All right, let's do it. Committee members? I'm looking. I see Assemblywoman Tolles. I see Marzola scratched her head and threw me for a second. Assemblywoman Tolles, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assemblywoman Torres, and everyone for bringing this bill forward. Having taught for 17 years in the higher ed space, some of the hardest conversations I've had is with students who mid-semester, you can just see something has happened. And they come to my office and share that they've been harassed or assaulted. And I just want to express my gratitude to you for bringing this forward. Also want to express gratitude for the acknowledgement that it's not just female victims, that it is our LGBT students. Some of the hardest conversations have been with some of my LGBT students who have faced this kind of harassment and feel that extra layer of shame about coming forward about their experiences. And so I just think that these kinds of conversations, this kind of movement forward is so incredibly important for them. I suppose my only question would be that if you could talk just a little bit more about if there's some additional training for teachers, because we do know that oftentimes students will come forward to their teachers first, and how we can make sure that we're creating a network of support for these students. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Tolles. Ms. Burson, would you be able to answer that question, or would you like me to go ahead?
If you can start, I believe also Ms. Maria Ducey-Pree is available to answer those as well.
Thank you. Ducey-Pree, thank you.
Happy to answer that. Yes, this bill does allow for and require additional training for not only all of the students, but all employees on all of the campuses.
You could just state your name for the record.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. It's Maria Ducey-Pree, spelled MARIA-DOUCETTPERRY.
Thank you. Do you need a follow-up, Assemblywoman?
Yes, please. Thank you. Just if you could just maybe elaborate a little bit further on what that might look like for employees, instructors, and so forth, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely happy to do that. So right now, the bill anticipates annual training. So that would be once a year. We are looking at doing that electronically for the most part, and in-person trainings for the students. In addition to trainings on various issues concerning what is sexual harassment, what does consent look like, and how to act. Also, we would be doing training along the lines of bystander intervention, what they can do to help, and how to assist those who may come to them in need of assistance.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I also just want to note that I really appreciate taking a trauma-informed approach to the response. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. Any other questions from committee members? Well, I will just say, I know Assemblywoman Torres, you really did your due diligence and worked really hard with stakeholders. And so I appreciate that. And I think the fact that I don't think it has anything to do with that we're tired. I just think you really did a good job vetting this bill and working with folks. So I appreciate all the hard work. So with that, we will move on to testimony on the phone in support of AB 384. DPS?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 540. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good evening, Chair Bilbray Axelrod, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Serena Evans, spelled SERENAEVANS, and I'm the policy specialist for the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. And we're here today in strong support of AB 384. First and foremost, we want to thank Assemblywoman Torres for bringing this bill forward. So Nevada needs this legislation, not only in my professional capacity, but also as a survivor of campus sexual assault here in Nevada. I know the importance this bill will have for Nevada students. College-age adults have the highest risk for sexual assault, with an estimated 25% of college females and 5 to 6% of college males experiencing some form of sexual violence during their time at a four-year institution. We know that these numbers are even higher for non-binary and LGBTQ students. However, what is even more staggering is that the U.S. Justice Department estimates that less than 5% of these sexual assaults are reported to campus or community law enforcement. With college-age individuals experiencing the highest rates of sexual assault, it only makes sense that our NSHE campuses put into practice the support and resources that are proven to increase positive outcomes for victim survivors. Speaking from my experience, sexual assault is incredibly isolating, and had I felt that my campus had these supports in place, I would have been more likely to come forward and seek out the resources and support that I truly needed at the time. Victim survivors are suffering not only physical and emotional harm, but also harm to their ability to fully engage in their academic experiences. It is imperative that colleges are open about sexual assault. It is no longer the time to be hush-hush about the sexual assault experiences of students. When colleges report 0 instances of sexual assault, victim survivors are further isolated and feel that they have nowhere to turn. By NSHE adopting these rules, providing victim survivors with resources, and collecting data, our higher education campuses in Nevada can prove that they are not only tackling the epidemic of sexual assault, but are taking it seriously. We urge you to pass AB 384 to help protect victim survivors on our college campuses throughout Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you for the call and support. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 451. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, Liz Ortenberger, ORTENBURGER, and I am the CEO for SafeNest. I want to thank the committee for hearing this bill today and for Assemblywoman Torres putting together such an amazing piece of legislation. SafeNest works with over 25,000 clients on the front lines of domestic violence and its intersection with sexual assault every single year. We work with UNLV students as we're based in Clark County, oftentimes in confidential settings needing shelter, advocacy, and healing. This bill is ready to support the nonprofit community in raising up the voices of students to get the services they so need. We stand poised to partner as a nonprofit agency with training, advocacy, shelter, and support in any way possible to support this legislation. Thank you very much.
Next caller.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 498. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Bilbray Axelrod, and members of the committee. For the record, this is Nevada System of Higher Education Chancellor Melody Rose, MELODY ROSE, and I am calling in tonight to express my heartfelt support for AB 384. This bill is personal for me. I am the mother of 4 young adults, 2 of whom are current university students, and one of those is a member of the LGBTQ community. I am also a 35-year veteran of the movement to protect students from sexual violence on our campuses. With that as background, I would like to really genuinely thank Assemblywoman Torres for her leadership on this issue and for allowing our team to be at the table in crafting these amendments. This legislation provides additional protections and supports for the students and employees of NC colleges and universities while ensuring due process throughout our administrative procedures. It provides for the regular and rigorous data collection on our campuses with regard to sexual misconduct that will help us reduce and ultimately achieve our goal to eliminate campus sexual assault and violence. The student climate study will also help us better serve our unique communities. I urge your support of Assembly Bill 384. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Chancellor, for the call. Next person in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 357. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Thank you, Chairwoman and committee members. For the record, this is Lisa Levine. As a former member of the Nevada Board of Regents, I'm calling because I strongly support AB 384. Campus climate surveys are critical because physical and emotional safety are important for students to succeed. Violence against women and girls and violence against the LGBT community are still a major problem, and that includes sexual violence on college campuses. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted while in college, many of which go unreported. Climate surveys equip higher education institutions with data to develop policy and implement procedures that protect students, help victims, and foster safe learning environments. Colleges and universities are then able to use data to develop comprehensive solutions and evaluate their impact by comparing climate survey results over time. We know more must be done to prevent sexual assaults on college campuses. AB 384 will ensure NC institutions participate in climate surveys that will, without a doubt, strengthen protections for students while tearing down barriers that deter victims from seeking justice. Thank you, Assemblywoman Torres, for championing this, and to committee members for your consideration.
Thank you very much for the call and support. Next person in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 199. Please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin. Caller, we cannot hear you. Is your phone on mute? You are unmuted on our end.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Please proceed.
Great. Apologies. Good evening, all. My name is Lily, Lily, last name James, James. I am a senior in college, and I serve as co-executive director of the Every Voice Coalition, a student and survivor-led organization working to write, file, and fight for student and survivor-written legislation to prevent campus sexual violence and support survivors. I'm here tonight to testify in support of AB 384, a bill that implements many extremely crucial measures that work to support student survivors and prevent campus sexual violence. We are so excited that Assemblywoman Torres is working on this important legislation and want to thank her for ensuring there is a legislative focus on addressing the epidemic of campus sexual violence. While we support the intention of the original bill, we cannot yet fully support the proposed amendment, as we have not gotten a chance to yet work with Assemblywoman Torres on this amendment. They have not yet gotten a chance to review the proposed amendment to ensure Nevada students and survivors have had a chance to weigh in on the amendment, which is a vital step to ensuring this legislation is meeting the needs of Nevada students and survivors. We look forward to working with Nevada students and survivors to review the proposed amendment. Well, we at the Every Voice Coalition, unfortunately, have not yet had the opportunity to work with Assemblywoman Torres on this bill. We look forward to working with her to ensure student and survivor voices are centered in this bill and in any law that works to address campus sexual violence. Thank you, Assemblywoman Torres and committee members.
Thank you for the testimony. I would just like to remind callers that when you are in support, it means you are in support of the bill and the amendment that was accepted. So I'm going to have to put that in opposition. It sounds like once you review it, you'll probably be there, but just for our rules, we need to make sure it's in the right category. So we will go to the next caller in support.
Caller with the last three digits, 797. Please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes and state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, committee members, and good evening, everyone. First, thank you, Assemblywoman Torres, and everyone for your time, energy, and efforts towards putting such an important bill forward. For the record, I'm Suman Preet Rendawa, preferred name Suman Rendawa, that is S-U-M-A-N, last name R-A-N-D-H-A-W-A. I want to echo all the testimonies that were given before me. I'm here as a woman of color, a student, a parent, the student body president at Nevada State College, co-founder and co-president of Ignite National College Chapter at Nevada State College, and a victim of sexual abuse. I strongly support Bill AB 384. Why? The answer is simple. No one should have to go through an experience like this, especially a place where they are there to make have a better future. Women are 4 times more likely to be victims and without proper education, training, preventative measures, and resources, everyone is vulnerable. 3/4 of reports from victims of sexual misconduct go unreported. When asked why they didn't report it, they say, "I thought no one would believe me. The abuser was someone they knew. I didn't know I could. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. There weren't any resources or anyone to advocate on their behalf. They were misinformed by someone on their campus, or they feared repercussion." These are just a few of the reasons why sexual misconduct goes unreported. I know personally going through a traumatic experience like this can have setbacks, depression, anxiety, and lower self-confidence, and can take years to heal from. AB 384 is a step in the right direction on creating a safer campus for everyone, so no one has to go through an experience like this. This bill will ensure victims are not only heard, but perpetrators are held accountable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 853. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chairwoman Bilbray Axelrod and members of the committee. My name is Michael Flores, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-F-L-O-R-E-S, and I am representing the University of Nevada, Reno. I know it's late, so I will be brief. I just want to thank Assemblywoman Torres for all of her work on this bill that took place well before session even started. You heard from one of our students and the director of our Title IX office about the importance of this legislation. The University of Nevada, Reno is in full support of AB 384 and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next caller in support.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 520. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the Committee on Education. My name is Anthony Ruiz, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, R-U-I-Z, representing Nevada State College. Nevada State College is in support of AB 384, along with the proposed amendment. We've also submitted a letter on Nellis with more detail. We know anonymous climate surveys included in this bill will help schools evaluate the prevalence of sexual violence in their community and take steps to prevent sexual violence. Finally, I'd also like to thank Assemblywoman Torres for her willingness to work with us on improving this bill, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next caller in support.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, to testify in support of Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. We have no more callers in support of Assembly Bill 384 at this time.
Thank you very much, Broadcast. I will close the testimony on support and move into testimony in opposition.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 473, please press star 6 to unmute.
Good evening, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Cohn, and I'm the Legislative and Policy Director at the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, or as we're better known, FIRE. We're a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization that has been around for 20 years defending free speech and due process rights of college students. And I, on a personal note, am a Nevadan, grew up as a Nevadan. Actually, I live in New Jersey now, but went to UNLV, interned in your legislature for the Democratic majority leader at the time. And it's a tremendous pleasure to be back testifying in Nevada again. FIRE's perspective on the issue is that no matter where someone goes to school, every school in the country should have a policy that adequately deals with campus sexual assault, making sure that no institution sweeps allegations under the rug, treats every complainant with fairness and dignity, but at the same time doesn't cut any corners on due process. When AB 384 is stacked up against that standard, it doesn't do well. And I don't say that with delight. This is a very difficult issue to deal with, and I can tell that a lot of hard work has gone into the bill. But it is unconstitutional in a number of respects and unwise in others. I'm going to go as quickly as I can through some of them, although not all of them, because it is literally riddled with problems from both a free speech and due process perspective. From a free speech perspective first, it references its definition of sexual harassment, a Nevada statute that deals with harassment in the military context. And of course, the Supreme Court has defined harassment differently depending on context, from the military to employment context to the educational context. And it would be unconstitutional to not use the educational context definition. So from that perspective alone, it deals with overbreadth from a free speech perspective. On the due process perspective, it has a long, long, long list of problems. For one, it doesn't guarantee students the right to even have a hearing.
You are at 2 minutes right now, so I don't know if you're going to go through the list of the problems, but I think you mentioned that you submitted something, so if you could wrap it up, I apologize.
I'm happy to wrap it up quickly, and I'll send something supplemental in writing to the committee if the committee will indulge me to let me do that tomorrow morning. That would be great. But the list is: there isn't a right to a hearing. There isn't a right to all of the evidence in the school's possession, only what they plan to use, which allows them to hide exculpatory evidence. There isn't actually a right to cross-examination here. It's only contingent on the feds requiring that right. It limits the grounds of appeals. It also greatly incentivizes false reports by giving an automatic right to major financial benefits for filing, a report. So there are a number of problems with it. There are other things we like, which I didn't get a chance to go into, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next caller in opposition.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 651. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chairwoman. This is Sabra Newby, S-A-B-R-A-N-E-W-B-Y, representing University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I have to apologize because I am clearly in the wrong section of testimony. I tried to get in under support because UNLV is in enthusiastic support of this bill, as was outlined by Dr. Camp earlier today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Newby. Next call in opposition.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once again, if you wish to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, we have no more callers in opposition of Assembly Bill 384.
Thank you very much, BPS. So we will close testimony on opposition and open testimony in the neutral position.
To testify in the neutral position, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 823. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sage Carson, SAGECARSON, and I am the manager of Know Your Nine, the national leading student and survivor-led campaign to end violence in education. I was here today to declare Know Your Nine support of AB 384, but as we have not had a chance to review the accepted amendments, I will be testifying today as neutral. Know Your Nine recently released a report outlining the experiences of over 100 student survivors who reported sexual misconduct to their school in recent years. We found that of students who reported to their school, nearly 40% of students are pushed out of education. These educational interruptions occurred not because of sexual violence alone, but because of sexual violence exacerbated by school administrators' inadequate or otherwise harmful responses to reports of violence. Survivors describe being blamed for the violence against them, being told that the school could do nothing, having their cases drawn out for years, and getting punished for their own assaults after seeking help. Throughout our conversations with survivors, we continued to hear the same sentiment shared by survivors, which one put so frankly, and they shared, quote, "Honestly, what the school did to me was way worse than what my rapist did to me." We were excited to work with Assemblywoman Torres on the original bill language and a companion bill in the Senate, which we believe will reduce school push-out and institutional betrayal. But we cannot yet support the proposed amendments as we have not gotten a chance to work with Assemblywoman Torres on the amendments, nor have we had the opportunity to review the amendments with local Nevada survivors and review the amendments to ensure that the bill still meets the need of Nevada students and survivors. We encourage the committee to support the original iteration of the bill and to work with local students to ensure that the bill moving forward actually meets the needs of students instead of just the needs of institutions, as we should all be working together to prioritize the needs of survivors first and foremost. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the call in neutral. Next caller in neutral.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 985. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Tang, Elizabeth, last name Tang. Chair Bilbray Axelrod and distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Elizabeth Tang. I'm here on behalf of the National Women's Law Center, founded in 1972, the same year that Title IX was enacted. Since then, we have worked to address sex discrimination in schools and have participated in every major Title IX case before the Supreme Court. Today, I'm testifying in neutral with respect to AB 384. I support the intent of the bill and as it was originally introduced, but have not had an opportunity to review the accepted amendments at this time. NWLC supports the intent of AB 384 because sexual misconduct pushes too many students out of higher education, including in Nevada. For example, sexual assault affects 1 in 4 women and 1 in 15 men during their time in college. It's also vastly underreported. 9 in 10 college survivors do not report their assaults to their schools, and even when they do come forward, many survivors are ignored or punished instead of being helped. I have personally represented a number of these students, survivors, in litigation against their schools. When schools do not do enough to address sexual misconduct, students are pushed out. More than 1 in 4 student survivors end up dropping out of college. Under AB 384, the Board of Regents could require NC institutions to provide a wide range of supportive measures to student survivors that actually help them stay in school, including waivers for scholarship requirements if a survivor's grades have suffered due to trauma. The bill would also authorize the board to create fair and trauma-informed investigation procedures for reporting and investigating sexual misconduct, to provide prevention and awareness training, to survey students about sexual misconduct, and submit annual data. The board would also prohibit schools from punishing student survivors for ancillary behavior like using drugs or alcohol during their sexual assault,
so that survivors are not afraid of coming forward to ask for help. I want to address something that was raised earlier during the opposition section. AB 384 does comply with the due process requirements and ensures a fair process for all parties. The Ninth Circuit, which includes Nevada, Nevada federal courts, and Nevada state courts, do not require hearings with cross-examination in public universities. Furthermore, the majority of other federal courts outside of Nevada have also addressed the issue and have held that public universities satisfy due process requirements when they provide an opportunity for some form of questioning through a hearing panel, and that respondents and their advisors are not entitled to conduct cross-examination. This is the case in the 1st, 4th, 5th, 8th, and 10th circuits. Even the 6th Circuit, which is a lone circuit in this case.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your testimony. You're at 2.5 minutes.
Absolutely. My point is that the few circuits that have held that public universities do have to provide cross-examination only do so in some cases where credibility determinations are at issue and where expulsion or suspension is possible. And so AB 384 is consistent with all of these court decisions, federal and state, and allows for flexibility in that the bill allows for the board to require hearings of cross-examination if at some point Nevada institutions are actually required to do so under law. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe we have another caller in neutral.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 318. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chair Bilbray Axelrod and members of the committee. This is Kendra Birchie, Bertschy, and I'm the lobbyist with the Washoe County Public Defender's Office. Tonight, I have the pleasure of testifying on behalf of my office, the Clark County Public Defender's Office, as well as the Nevada Attorneys for Criminal Justice. I want to thank Assemblywoman Torres for her diligent work on this bill to ensure that our students are protected. We've said over and over during hearings, and I'm sure the chair can say that we've said this this session during the Judiciary Committees, that we are really aiming at helping victims and with ensuring that we're providing services to victims. We appreciate those portions of this bill. We do have concerns regarding the due process portions. I just want to state that the amendment has alleviated a vast, significant amount of those concerns. We appreciate the hard work that Assemblywoman Torres has done and look forward to continuing to work with her to ensure that we are passing the best legislation possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birchie. It's nice to hear you first thing in the morning and in the evening. Next, do we have another caller in neutral?
To testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 199, please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, all again. This is Lily, L-A-L-Y, James, J-A-M-E-S, co-executive director of the Every Voice Coalition. I would like to change my testimony to the neutral position. I am absolutely not in opposition of this bill and would like to be on the record as neutral if possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will do that for you. Are there any other callers in neutral?
To testify in neutral on the AB 384, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no more callers to testify in neutral on Assembly Bill 384 at this time.
Thank you so much, BPS. Assemblywoman Torres, did you want to make any concluding brief comments? I know we have another bill to listen to in work session, so.
Thank you, Chair Bilbray Axelrod, Assemblywoman Torres, for the record. I just really want to iterate my thanks to the organizations and the stakeholders that have come to the table to help with this piece of legislation, whether it be a year ago or whether it be today. I know that we had, some of the institutions working to provide amendments up late to make sure that we could get this legislation out. And I just, want to affirm that the intent of this legislation is to ensure that we create a safe culture and climate for our students here in the state of Nevada. And I think it's really important that we work with local stakeholders as well to ensure that we pass legislation that makes sense for the state of Nevada. And I'm confident that we will get there with other stakeholders in this piece of legislation. And so please reach out to me, reach out to my office. My information is readily available on the legislative website. And I know that Assemblywoman Hardy, Assemblywoman Tolles, and Assemblywoman Levitt have all reached out to sign on. And if anybody else is interested in signing on as a sponsor for this legislation, please reach out to me, and we're more than happy to add you on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman. And with that, I will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 384 and open the hearing on Assembly Bill 353. Assembly Bill 353 revises provisions governing sexual misconduct in public schools. We have our own Assemblywoman Duran presenting, and please begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Ditto. I'm just kidding. It's the same bill, pretty much. Now, we are, I'm here today along with Assemblywoman Solano Torres to present AB 353, which addresses how school deals with incidents of sexual misconduct at the K through 12 level. I will start by explaining the background for the bill, and Assemblywoman Torres will talk about the major provisions. In an effort not to be repetitive, I want to iterate that AB 353.
Duran, your camera is off. Did you mean for your camera to be off?
Oh, no, I did not. I'm sorry. Oh, it just doesn't want to go back on. Oh, it's not going on. Can you hear me though? I don't know why it's not going on.
Sure. I can hear you. We will send someone over to see if they can't help you out, but continue with your testimony.
Okay. Okay. In an effort not to be repetitive, I want to iterate that AB 353 is the K through 12 version of AB 384. Last session, Senate Bill 332 called for a study on ways to create safe and respectful learning environments in our schools at all grade levels. AB 353 and AB 384 are virtually identical and address the same issues of understanding the actual scope of the problem: training, uniform policies, grievance processes, supportive services, reporting, and sanctions. The study conducted after SB 332 identified several critical areas of concern which informed the basis for AB 353. Throughout the working group during Senate Bill 332, stakeholders agreed that part of a uniform policy should be standardization of the grievance process for victims, no matter what county they live in or what school they go to. Another issue was better utilization of existing community resources and services. This is why I'm so excited to include amendments from Clark County, Washoe County, that ensures communication between school districts and child welfare agencies to the extent possible. There are organizations to help victims of sexual misconduct and many state and national resources as well. Making sure school personnel and other involved in the grievance process are aware of all available resources is critical. Like the bill heard earlier tonight, AB 353 prioritized training for individuals involved in the grievance process. As you may know, this focus on sexual harassment is also a national discussion. The federal government is currently proposing revisions to the Title IX of the Education Amendments passed in 1970. The regulations implementing Title IX were adopted in 1975 and after 45 years are finally being updated. The new regulations will recognize for the first time that sexual harassment is a form of sex discrimination and will include many provisions similar to those we are proposing in AB 353. Relating to the grievance process, the burden of proof, and appropriate responses to allegations of sexual misconduct. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will now turn over the presentation to Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Assemblywoman Selena Torres, representing Assembly District 3. And thank you, Assemblywoman Duran, for carrying this piece of legislation. As she explained, I will now go over the major provisions of AB 353. Since it is a very long bill, and I doubt the committee would like me to read every single section this evening, I will just go by, I will just kind of quickly go over the different components of this legislation, although the section by section summary has been made available to members of the committee via Nellis. So first, this bill does create climate surveys on sexual misconduct so that schools and the public can better understand the true scope of the problem. Low reported numbers of incidents of sexual misconduct are not representative of the actual number of incidents as was discussed under the previous bill presentation. Schools across the country are using climate surveys to get better handle on the true scope of the problem at the school level. And this bill lays out the process for developing and administering the surveys and reporting the results. The conceptual amendment ensures that the surveys are administered to all secondary students. So secondary would be your middle school and high school students and not for elementary babies. Second, the bill addresses training for school employees, victims advocates, Title IX coordinators, and others on an annual and ongoing basis. This training will make sure that all the key players are informed about available services, resources, sexual misconduct policies, and the grievance process. Another key component of this bill is the designation of a victim advocate at each school who's trained to provide support to victims and connect them with other supportive services in a setting that best suits them and the victim's needs. I want to emphasize the inclusion of training on trauma-informed response, as we saw in the previous legislation. Victims of sexual misconduct suffer from a complex range of issues and reactions affected by neurobiological impacts, as well as social stereotypes and myths. Having victim advocates and others trained on campus on trauma-informed response will be a major step forward in helping victims in a meaningful and scientific way. Third, there is a wealth of resources available already at the state, local, and federal level. But it is of no use if people are not aware of those resources. To that end, the bill consistently emphasizes the dissemination of contact information for the available resources and services. I would like to thank Clark County and Washoe County for reaching out to work on an amendment that explicitly states and ensures that the referrals may be made to children advocacy centers as deemed appropriate. And those are already local services that are provided and just ensures that there is that collaboration connection between our school districts and the services provided in the county as far as child welfare is concerned. Fourth, a mishmash of policies that differ from school to school does not serve our needs as a state. For that reason, the bill requires each school to adopt a uniform policy on sexual misconduct with certain specified components to ensure the policy is balanced and responsive to the needs of all persons involved in the incidents of sexual misconduct. Victims' needs can include financial help, medical services or interventions, forensic examinations, counseling, and assistance dealing with law enforcement. Also consistent with sexual misconduct cases in the workplace and the proposed new federal Title IX regulation, the bill establishes that the preponderance of evidence as a standard for sexual misconduct cases in schools, and this is currently permitted by federal regulation and Title IX cases as well. And this just codifies that element. Lastly, the fifth aspect is reporting and sanctions. The bill requires that schools, school districts, and charter school governing bodies report to the Department of Education, which then compiles a report for dissemination to the legislature and its committees and the Department of Health and Human Services. By tracking these numbers and making that information publicly available, we can see what's working and what's not working. And as policymakers, we can make the decisions that we need to make changes as necessary. I thank the committee for hearing this bill. And at this time, Assemblywoman Duran and I stand open to questions. And I believe that we were supposed to be have some Title IX representatives from our school districts, but they might have had to hop off early. I'm not sure that they made it. But I'm more than happy to answer questions, and to the extent that they're not available, I'm more than happy to get back to the committee with answers as well. I can, I just want to make it abundantly clear to the committee that we have worked extensively with the school districts as well as the counties to make sure that this piece of legislation makes sense for our students. We're willing and open to continuing that collaboration in the days and weeks to come.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman Torres. I know that we did agree. Yes, they are here. I'm just getting confirmation from my committee manager. So I don't know if you want to turn on your camera, if we have Questions from the committee. So I'll start with that. I see Assemblywoman Krasner, Assemblywoman Hansen. Okay, we'll start with that. Go ahead, Assemblywoman Krasner.
Thank you, Chair. Assemblywoman Torres, sorry. Thank you so much for bringing the bill. I had a question about Section 12 of the bill. It talks about the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning doing a climate survey. And I'm just wondering what kind of information is going to be asked of these kids. You said middle school, that's 6th grade now. Those kids are 11. So I'm wondering what kind of questions we're going to be asking them. If you can share with me. I'm just wondering if you could tell me that information, please.
Thank you. And I can take that question. Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, through the chair to Assemblywoman Krasner. I think that's a great question, right? And I don't want to specify exactly what questions are going to be asked because it's not the job of the legislature. I really, truly believe that the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environment and the Nevada Department of Education as a whole, I trust that they will create the questions necessary for our that are age appropriate for our students. So I have no doubt in that policy, but I just want to iterate to the committee the importance of having a climate survey. If we don't ask the questions, we don't understand the prevalence of sexual misconduct, and it goes just unknown. It's not just unreported, it's also unknown. We can't make policy changes, we can't make administrative changes, we can't make regulatory changes because we don't know what issues exist. And that was, a highlight of the discussion when we looked at AB 384. And I think we have to have a similar mindset and a similar response when we're looking at this piece of legislation and understanding how we really capture the data and how sexual misconduct or sexual violence is impacting our kids. We know that sexual violence is not limited to individuals 18 and over. So we can't, I think it's important that we capture this data to the best of our ability.
Follow-up, Chair, please.
Please.
Assemblywoman Torres, excuse me, it actually does state in the bill the type of information that the climate survey will be requesting. That's Section 12, sub 3H. I'm a little concerned about this demographic information it's requesting. It wants to know your ethnicity, your national origin, your economic status, your disability, your gender identity or expression, immigration status, sexual orientation. Isn't that protected information that parents need to give their consent to before their child submits to a questionnaire that's invasive like this?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Krasner, Assemblywoman Torres. For the record, that's a policy decision that this committee has the opportunity to make. I've worked pretty extensively now with the school districts, and I think that this is data that we would like to capture and data that our school districts are supportive of. And so I think that this would be very positive for us to capture this information. Additionally, that this is an anonymous climate survey, so we have other climate surveys that are administered in our school districts already that capture very similar data. In fact, as an educator, I administered my school's climate survey. I think it was maybe December, early January before I came up to Carson City. And we capture that data. So it would just be included very much in the surveys that students are already doing. The intent is not for us to create a new survey. It's very much for it to just be incorporated into the climate surveys that currently exist. And if that's an issue for this committee, then I suggest looking at other pieces of our statute, other pieces of our regulation. But this is information that we already are capturing. So I think this is a very positive way for us to just understand the school climates and culture. And if I could just take a moment to note to the chair, I do believe that, I think they just let Miss Sessions in. I appreciate that. That is our Title IX, the Title IX representative from Washington County as well. But I'm open to more questions.
I'm not sure if Ms. Sessions heard the question or if you needed to.
I think we might have answered the question, but if there's further questions, I just know that they were trying to get on for a while.
Okay, great. Thank you. I remember somebody else had a question. Was it Assemblywoman Hansen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to discuss this with you, Assemblywoman Torres and Duran. So a couple of questions. So I'm looking through, and then I'm not sure if I missed something, but you mentioned 6th grade and up for the survey. But I was looking at, it seemed like the age or the grade level would be determined by, would assume the regulatory body. So do we know for sure what ages? I'm just trying to envision kids filling out a survey and being able to accurately or to even comprehend it. So if you could help me understand a little more where I might see where the age is.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, through the chair to Assemblywoman Hansen, and that is noted in the amendment. And I admit that amendment was rather late because we had been working with our stakeholders until the last minute to make sure that we could get something that people were comfortable with. And so if we look at the conceptual amendment presented to the committee for section 13, at the request of Washoe County School District, we are limiting the inclusion of questions regarding the current climate survey to specifically secondary students.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also it mentions current versus that there's an additional grievance process as opposed to maybe what we currently do. So could you help me understand what exists currently that we're not addressing that this would give us more of a grievance process?
Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, through the chair to the Assemblywoman, Assemblywoman Hansen, can you please clarify what section of the piece of legislation you're looking at?
Well, I was actually just referring to the legislative digest where it said, let me get to it, authorizing the imposition of additional requirements for the grievance process for sexual misconduct at a public school. So it's just mentioning we're going to have additional requirements.
Thank you for the
grievance process.
Thank you. I understand the question now. Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Hansen, through the chair to Assemblywoman Hansen. Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, yeah, so that's a phenomenal question that's also addressed in the conceptual amendment. I know that I've been meeting with the Title IX coordinators now for several months, and I appreciate Ms. Sessions for getting on and from both school districts and with NASA, so that we could all get on board. So I appreciate the work that they've done, and they were concerned that by codifying something very specifically in our state statute, there would be opportunities for us to be at odds with federal regulation. So it was determined that we remove some of that additional language to ensure that the legislation aligned very much with what the federal standards were. So we removed that language, and that's noted in the conceptual amendment. So I think that specifically would be section 27. And that was a recommendation, Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and that amendment was accepted as well.
Assemblywoman Torres, this is Gina Session. I'm sorry my video is not working, but if you would like me to add some information about that, I'm happy to do that.
Please, Ms. Sessions.
The Department of Education had promulgated regulations for sexual harassment that went into effect August 2020. They were quite comprehensive regulations, and they had brand new requirements for K through 12 and a very involved grievance procedure. And so I so appreciate Assemblywoman Torres working with us because we had to act very quickly because that regulation, it's 50 pages, 30 pages of regulation. We've been scrambling to comply with the grievance procedure that's required under the federal regulations. And so I've been glad that we've been able to work with Assemblywoman Torres because I have a concern that if we have additional grievance procedures passed in state law, that we're going to, have conflicting obligations under the federal regulations and under the state regulations. But I'm very much encouraged by her willingness to listen to our concerns regarding that the grievance procedures, and hoping that we can continue to collaborate.
Thank you, Ms. Sessions.
And thank you for that. That clarifies.
Thank you. I think we have another question from Assemblywoman Tolles.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assemblywoman Torres, and for continuing to dialogue and work with the districts on this. This is certainly something I'm passionate about, and in fact, have been very involved with legislation in the past on putting curriculum standards in place to teach kids about how to be safe, where to go to report if they're not. And then we also have done quite a bit with reporting over these last couple sessions. And so I think it'll be better for maybe a longer conversation about, I'm trying to wrap my head around how what we currently have in place is melding with the new framework that is entering in here, and how some of those complement and how some of those might cross over, but that might be a longer conversation. So just to be more specific on section 17 and just the procedures by which a pupil or employee of a public school may report or disclose. Could you just, any incidents of misconduct that occurred on or off campus, could you just maybe touch on how that fits within our existing framework of mandatory reporting and what we're doing in this bill that is different and needed to add? Apologize for sort of a long question there.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Tolles, through the chair to Assemblywoman Tolles, Assemblywoman Tolles for the record. So I think that's a phenomenal question, right? So like, what does this legislation do differently that's not currently required in the statute? Because we do a lot here in the state of Nevada, and I want to make that abundantly clear. Our schools and our school districts, they do a lot to ensure that we're keeping our students safe. And this legislation kind of requires that we go a little bit above and beyond just that. So when schools identify a student that needs additional resources, it requires not only that those resources available, but it's also requiring some type of collaboration between the school districts and those like federal, state, and local agencies that are providing those resources. So just making that very explicit within the statute that there should be that collaboration. Additionally, bringing to the table with the amendment the county children's advocacy centers that do have medical services as necessary for when children and their families can be referred and are eligible to be referred. So it kind of just makes sure that they're receiving these wraparound services. And I know that our schools are doing their best, but it just kind of makes it a policy, right? And requires that this is a policy of our response to sexual misconduct on our school campuses.
And I would just like to say, we do have our legal here, and I know that they've reviewed the Title IX issues as well. And so going back, if we could have Amanda speak to the conflict regarding the grievance process and Title IX, if you would.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Marinsek, Committee Counsel. Thank you for the question. So just as a general matter, Title IX establishes the minimum requirements for the grievance process, not the maximum requirements. So to the extent that any portion of this bill goes above and beyond the grievance process in Title IX, that's not in conflict. Title IX is just establishing the floor. So, for example, I know part of the provision of the bill is establishing a timeline for investigating and providing a decision after a hearing in that investigation. And the Title IX regulations are silent as to what that timeline may be. They just provide that that timeline must be prompt and reasonable. So having a specific timeline is in addition to that goes above and beyond the floor that was established by Title IX.
Thank you so much for elaborating on that. I think that's helpful. If I could ask just one quick follow-up question, I promise it's quick.
Okay, sure.
Does Safe Voice factor in? First, let me say I appreciate the child advocacy centers being added into that. I do think they're a phenomenal resource to collaborate with. But is Safe Voice considered one of the reporting mechanisms that would be covered in line with this bill?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Tolles. So I don't think that Safe Voice is explicitly mentioned, but it is required that there is the collaboration between the state, federal, and local resources. There's nothing precluding them from participating in that conversation because the policies would be crafted by the school districts themselves. But, you know, if there was a specific place in the legislation where Safe Voice was comfortable being added, or where they're, like my colleagues would like to see them added, I don't think that myself or someone in Durand would be opposed to that. It would just be a matter of finding where exactly that we would want to include that, or whether or not that made sense, because like Safe Voice isn't providing the counseling services. So that would be maybe they're reporting to. So I'm not sure that I understand where they would fit in, but I'm happy to take that conversation offline if there's somewhere specific you would like them to be mentioned.
Thank you. And we do have another question from Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair, for getting my question in there. So I want to just ask a couple of things about the survey. Would a parent be able to opt out of a child taking the survey? Because I'm getting like a lot of emails saying, you know, like there's federal protection of pupil rights requires parental permission for certain surveys. So I'm just wondering if they could opt out of these.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblywoman Torres, for the record. So yeah, it's stated in the conceptual amendment, section 13, which allows for passive consent, so parents can definitely opt out.
Okay, and one follow-up also about the surveys. And I hope I understand this correctly. So do we currently have something called a student risk behavior assessment? Is that like similar to this, or survey, or is that something different?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that specific assessment myself. I don't know if Ms. Sessions is, or I know there's a number of NDE on here, but I don't know.
I'm not familiar with that, so I wouldn't feel comfortable responding to that. I'm not familiar with that survey.
Thank you, Ms. Sessions. It looks like Ms. Gonzalez is ready to comment on that.
Maybe I didn't get the name correct, but something close to that.
Thank you, Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent, Nevada Department of Education. For the record, I am actually going to pass this over to Director Christy McGill, Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environment, to talk about the Youth Risk Survey.
Sorry about that. This is Christy McGill for the record. Yes, we have a youth risk behavior survey that is administered through the Nevada State Department of Health and Human Services and the CDC, and they do that every other year. It does, most districts do require active consent, so a parent does have to sign that they give permission for the youth risk behavior survey.
Thank you for that. And I did want to point out to folks that in section 12, subsection 4, line 15 says climate survey on sexual misconduct must provide an option for pupils to decline to answer a question. So not only the parents, but the student as well. So wanted to make sure we were aware of that. Do we have any other questions? Just need to be done by midnight, so. All right, not seeing any. I will go ahead and open up testimony on the phones for support for AB 353.
To testify in support, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 388, please press star 6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Bilbray and Axelrod, members of the Education Committee. My name is Elisa Martinez Alvarado, ELISA MARTINEZ, Alvarado, and I am a student in the Clark County School District. I am here in strong support for AB 353. Schools need to be a place where students feel safe to ensure learning can take place. Unaddressed students can feel preyed upon by sexual predators. Students should not have to experience this kind of trauma in school. I want to thank Assemblywoman Torres for bringing this much-needed legislation forward. Thank you for your time, and I urge the committees to support AB 353.
Thank you for your testimony. Next call in support.
Caller with the last three digits of 577. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chris Daly, D-A-L-Y, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. NSCA supports AB 353 to address sexual misconduct and violence in schools. Addressing sexual misconduct and violence at school sites is critical to ensuring a safe and respectful learning environment, and is also an important matter of individual and social justice. We know instances of sexual misconduct and violence are underreported generally, and this is very likely the case at school. AB 353 will require schools to conduct a survey on school climate to help identify the level of alleged misconduct and the extent to which this is being effectively reported. AB 353 also establishes important protocols to ensure a more uniform response to assist victims of sexual violence, including designation and training for a victim's advocate. The Me Too movement has provided a public dialogue about sexual harassment and growing accountability for perpetrators. AB 353 is an important step to address sexual misconduct and violence in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for that call in support. Any other callers in support?
Caller with the last three digits of 540. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chair Bilberry Axelrod, members of the committee. For the record again, my name is Serena Evans, spelled S-E-R-E-N-A-E-V-A-N-S, and I'm the policy specialist for the Nevada Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. I want to first and foremost, again, give a big heartfelt thank you to Assemblywoman Duran and Assemblywoman Torres for bringing this bill forward. We are in strong support of AB 353. Trying to keep it brief here, I just want to say that NCE-DSV was lucky enough to be part of the Senate Bill 332 work group that was established through the 2019 legislative session. Through that work group, there's so many stakeholders throughout the state that talked about many different aspects of school safety, but there was a big focus on procedures, protocols, and responses for victims, survivors of sexual assault, harassment, and misconduct at the K through 12 level. And we're thrilled to see that some of what was talked about through the work group being brought forward in this legislation. I do want to highlight that the U.S. Education Department found that between the 2015-2016 school year and to the 2017-2018 school year, sexual violence reports rose more than 50%. We know that experiencing some form of sexual assault, misconduct, or harassment is traumatic at any age, but having to navigate that trauma along with navigating the public school response, your academic duties, and while trying to seek resources can cause a lot of frustration, confusion, and re-victimization for many students and their families. We believe that this important legislation will create clarity and clear procedures for our public schools in Nevada and will create better outcomes for all students and victim survivors. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for the call and support. Any other callers in support of AB 353?
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 353, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last three digits of 424. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alexandria Canito, ALEXANDRIA with the law firm Lewis Roca on behalf of Washoe County. We want to thank the sponsors, Assemblywomen Torres and Duran, for adding us to the bill to allow that, when appropriate, our Child Welfare Division could be involved to help investigate some of these abuses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other calls in support?
Chair, at this time, the line is open and working. However, there are no more calls in support for Assembly Bill 353 at this time.
Thank you, VPS. I will then close the testimony in support and move on to testimony in opposition of AB 353.
To testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 353, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 859. Please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Good evening, committee. My name is Janine Hansen. I'm the state president of Nevada Families for Freedom, JANINEHANSEN. I did look at the amendment, but I could not see any portion of it that provided for parental notification of the surveys or parental consent. We oppose AB 353. It contains an invasive sexual survey, including sexual misconduct, gender, race, ethnicity, national origin, economic status, disability, gender identity or expression, immigration status, and sexual orientation of the student. The bill makes no mention of the Federal Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which requires parental consent and the opportunity to opt out before students are required to submit to a survey that concerns one or more of the following 8 areas of the survey, in which a part of a program administered by the U.S. Department of Education. It includes beliefs of the student or the student's parent, mental or psychological problems, sex behavior and attitudes, illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating or demeaning behavior, religious practices, affiliation or beliefs, and much more. As AB 353 exists, it is in violation of the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment. In addition, this bill creates an impossible task for schools and is a nightmare of administration. It requires schools to have investigators. However, the time-honored laws of evidence specifically do not apply. Hearing officers, although they may just ignore objections, and there are no constitutional protections against incriminating yourself. It provides for no right of counsel or counseling for the accused party. Does this process sound similar to our judicial system, except there are no protections for the accused? AB 353 makes the schools the investigators, the law enforcement, legal counsel, judge, jury, and executioner. Oppose AB 353, which violates individual liberties, imposes impossible administrative burdens on our schools, and will result in a nightmare of injustice to our students and is a violation of pupil and parental rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen, for the call. Next call, please, in opposition.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 105. Please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Lynn Chapman. I'm State Treasurer of the Independent American Party, LYNNCHAPMAN. We oppose AB 353. We are not discussing prisoners or even people locked up in a mental hospital. We are discussing our children. Page 6, Section 12, line 15, number 4, quote, must provide option for pupils to decline to answer a question, unquote. Would a child even know that they can decline to answer? Would they be intimidated into answering questions they didn't really want to answer? When I read that sentence, I went through the entire bill looking for the words parents and to see where they were mentioned. I could not find a single place in this bill where the word parents were ever even used. This is very concerning. This bill is in regards to children from 6th through 12th grade. The Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, PPRA, was passed in the 1970s due to very nosy questionnaires by the schools. When Samuel Hayakawa was a U.S. Senator urging passage of the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment in 1978, he predicted that the schools were succumbing to, quote, a heresy that rejects the idea of education as the acquisition of knowledge and skills and regards the fundamental task in education as therapy, unquote. A parent's main job is to protect their child. Having a fully informed consent of the parent should be the top concern of everyone involved, and having them present during any questioning is paramount. The rereading of PPRA is definitely in order. Please oppose AB 353. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman, for the on opposition. Any other callers in opposition?
Caller with the last 3 digits of 616. Please press star 6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening. Karen England with Nevada Family Alliance, KarenEngland. We are calling to oppose this very, very intrusive survey portion of the bill. Numerous times you refer to in the bill the FERPA, Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. And so you're well aware of the federal law regarding FERPA and the information that you collect and the data on the students. However, the bill omits everything regarding the right for a parent to be notified via federal law, as well as the ability to decline. So it's not enough to say in the bill that a child can decline, because the federal law, as stated before, PPRA, and that's the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, updated as recent as the early 2000s to make it even stronger in the area of parental rights and notification on invasive surveys. So you want to do this, but you're not giving the school districts any direction that they need to adhere to federal law or be in total violation of federal law. And federal law requires you to notify the parent and to give the child the opportunity to opt out. So the parent has to be notified before they have the option to opt out. It's very explicit. You can just Google it. I'm surprised that Ledge Council didn't Google this piece of legislation, because you can find it all over the Department of Education. So it's very invasive. You are omitting every reference to parental rights, which the federal government has put in place to stop and put limits on legislatures and pieces of legislation just like this bill. So Nevada Family Alliance opposes this. There's no need to be giving intrusive surveys to our kids, and there certainly is no reason to do it in violation of federal law. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony. Are there any other callers in opposition?
To testify in opposition on Assembly Bill 353, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits of 473. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, this is Joe Cohn, Joecohn from Fire. I testified on the previous bill. Before I was at Fire, I was the legal director of your ACLU affiliate in Nevada in 2011. And I've watched these conflicts over the years in Nevada over civil liberties, and it is a concern to me how deeply problematic for due process both bills are. And it's unusual for Fire to testify in bills dealing with K through 12 because our expertise is higher ed, but some aspects of the case law apply in both contexts, like the definition of harassment from Davis versus Monroe County, which is actually a Supreme Court case in the K through 12 setting. From that perspective, the bill is just unconstitutional as written. But also it's important to remember that the Ninth Circuit just last year in Chouake versus Arizona Board of Regents gave a pretty influential opinion about how governments can put their thumb on the scales of justice in a way that gives rise to a accused student's Title IX claims. And that's exactly what's happening here, because you don't have the right to a hearing or cross-examination or access to all of the evidence, all of those problems that I described. And for one brief moment, I would like to say there are parts of the bill that are meritorious, confidential resources for complainants, amnesty policies, for example. And we're eager to work with the sponsors of both of these bills to help improve some of the most troubling aspects for us, because there is a way to resolve the tensions. But there have been over 200 cases in the last 10 years favorable to accused students, challenging the fairness of proceedings against them. And it is wishful thinking that your state will be able to statutorily ignore all of those opinions.
Thank you for the
So
call
with
in
that, I want to
opposition.
thank you all for the time, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other callers in opposition?
Chair, the line is open and working. We have no more callers in opposition to Assembly Bill 353.
Thank you. And I will close testimony in opposition and open testimony in the neutral position.
To testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 353, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits is 692. Please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Przinski, MaryPierczynski, representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and we represent the 17 superintendents throughout the state. And we appreciate the work that Assemblywoman Torres has done with us on this bill. We look forward to continuing work on the bill, as we still have some questions and some areas that we're working out, so we cannot come and fully support the bill at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe we have a few more callers in neutral. We'll go ahead to the next caller.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 411. Please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, this is Lindsay Anderson, LINDSAYANDERSON, on behalf of the Washoe County School District. I'd like to echo the comments of Dr. Przinski. Assemblywoman Duran and Assemblywoman Torres have been amazing to work with right up until the last minute, addressing concerns that we brought to their attention in order to make this relevant in a K-12 setting. We'll continue to work with these bill sponsors to make sure that these issues are addressed going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next caller in neutral.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 030. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Education Committee. My name is Brad Keating, BRADKEATING, and I should switch that to good evening to the Education Committee. Brad Keating with the Clark County School District, testifying in neutral on AB 353. Want to begin by thanking Assemblywoman Duran and Torres for bringing this important bill forward and working with us over the last few months to amend the bill to make sure that we're complying with federal laws in regard to Title IX, as we strive to provide an inclusive and safe environment for all of our staff and students. We're neutral today only because we are waiting to see what the final language will look like from all the proposed amendments being submitted on this bill, and want to ensure the intent is captured. Once again, we want to thank Assemblywoman Duran and Assemblywoman Torres for working with us on this bill. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you very much. Next caller in neutral.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 318. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening again. This is Kendra Birchie, KENDRA BERTSBHY with the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, testifying on behalf of the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, the Clark County Public Defender's Office, and Nevada Attorneys for Criminal Justice. I want to thank the sponsors for, again, really working towards protecting victims, especially our youngest and most vulnerable victims. We just have the same concerns regarding some of the due process rights, and we look forward to continuing to work to ensure that we are enacting the best policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the call. Any other calls in the neutral position?
Caller with the last 3 digits, 739. Please spell and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, Chair Bilbray Axelrod. This is Joanna Jacob, JOANNA-JACOB, Government Affairs Manager for Clark County. I'm making my first appearance this session in Assembly Education, so glad to be here this evening in neutral, hoping to get to support. I'll echo the comments of our previous callers, Dr. Pajinski, and my colleagues from the school districts. I want to thank Assemblywoman Duran and Assemblywoman Torres for working with us on behalf of Clark County, because we looked at this bill and thought that there was an opportunity to collaborate. We already do collaborate with the Clark County School District, but collaborate in a positive way to wrap around services, as Assemblywoman Torres noted, with the child welfare agencies, and to partner with our colleagues in the school district. So appreciate being added to this bill where appropriate. And then also recognizing the work that our Children's Advocacy Center does for the community. We also have brought a concern about the victim advocate and exempting them out as a mandated reporter. That has been taken care of in the amendment. So neutral today, Madam Chair, because we are going to work with the stakeholders and with the bill sponsors and final language, and hope to come back to you in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. Are there any other callers in neutral?
To testify in neutral on Assembly Bill 353, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working. However, there are no more callers to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 353.
Thank you. And I don't normally do this, but it did come up 3 times in opposition testimony that we would be in violation of federal law. So since we do have an attorney on staff here, we don't have to Google it. We can ask an attorney. So Amanda, would you please explain to us if we are in violation of federal law?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Marincek, Committee Counsel. So one of the laws that was mentioned in opposition testimony is the Pupil Rights Amendment. So that law does provide that no student shall be required to submit to a survey that reveals certain information which, relevant to this discussion, would include sex behavior or attitudes without the prior consent of the parent. And I will just note that as written and with the amendments, the survey requires the school district or school to administer the survey to students, but students are not required to complete the survey. So that is something that the student doesn't have to complete. That's not a requirement in the statute. I would also note that just because the statute doesn't say that the school district has to comply with federal law, they still have to comply with federal law, even though the bill does not say that. And as currently written, doesn't conflict with federal law, so it wouldn't prevent the school district from complying with those requirements of the Pupil Rights Amendment.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And with that, Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblywoman Torres, do you have any final comments before I close the hearing?
I thank you, Madam Chair, for your time in committee and all the stakeholders. I just want to thank Assemblywoman Torres. She has been working tirelessly. She's a champion for all her students, and I think she wants to make sure that they are protected and they do have an avenue to feel safe and somewhere to support this. So I just want to give a shout out to her for all the work that she does for all her students and throughout the state. And we will be working with the stakeholders to make sure that we get this bill right. Thank you.
And if I could just make some quick closing comments as well, Assemblywoman Torres, for the record. And I know that there was a lot of conversation about making sure that it's abundantly clear in statute that parental consent is required. It is in the conceptual amendment for Section 13. I encourage individuals to look at the conceptual amendment, which requires passive consent, although the word parent is not used in that amendment. I'm sure that our legal team will clean up that language to ensure that it is there. So I think that a lot of the opposition concerns were addressed. Additionally, a lot of the language regarding hearings was removed from the legislation. So I think that the due process concerns are addressed in the legislation and really just put us in alignment with what the federal standard is. And if the concern is the federal standard, that's not something that we can handle here at a state level. I thank the committee for hearing this legislation.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman. And with that, I will close the hearing on AB 353 and bring us to our work session. We have 10 bills on work session. I believe most of them will be unanimous, so we are going to take them we're going to pull out these three and take these at the end. So the last three we will do are AB 213, AB 261, and AB 367. So with that, so just to be clear, I think we can all vote. You can turn off your microphones and vote yay, yes, or no when the committee secretary asks for all those except the last three bills. And if I'm wrong, then we'll go back and do it over. So I hope I'm not wrong. All right, with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Robusto.
Thank you, Chair Bilbray Axelrod. For the record, Christy Robusto, Research Division, Legislative Counsel Bureau. As nonpartisan staff, I'm not here to advocate for issues. I'm here to assist members with policy issues brought forward to this committee. Our first bill on work session today is Assembly Bill 195, sponsored by Assemblymember Torres and heard by the committee on March 23rd. Assembly Bill 195 requires the Board of Trustees of each school district to determine the number of certain groups of enrolled pupils as well as the number of teachers licensed or with endorsements. The bill also enumerates the rights of pupils who are English learners and the rights of parents who are guardians of pupils who are English learners. It requires a parent or guardian be provided with enumerated rights in writing in their primary language. It requires the district's report on how they spent relevant funds and authorizes NDE to adopt relevant regulations. There are two proposed amendments to this measure. The first amendment was proposed by Assemblywoman Torres, which is the first document following the work session page, which does the following: revises provisions related to reporting by the Board of Trustees, clarifies language related to the enumerated rights of the parents or guardians, requires NDE to translate the enumerated rights in English, Spanish, and Tagalog, and revises policy requirements. The second conceptual amendment following the first after the work session doc provides further revisions and details in section 2, revises how long an English learner has lived in the United States from 3 to 6 consecutive years in the definition, provides that it is the parents and or guardian's right to not have their child receive services throughout the bill as appropriate, requires NDE and the Board of Trustees to post a copy of the enumerated rights in the 5 most common languages in addition to English, and revises section 4 by deleting the required annual report and instead requiring the Board of Trustees to post such information on their internet website. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on AB 195? I am not seeing any, so I will take a motion to amend and do pass AB 195.
So moved, Assemblyman Flores.
Thank you, Assemblyman Flores has made the motion to amend and do pass. A second by Assemblywoman Tolles. Assemblywoman Tolles has made the second. Are there any comments on the motion before we vote? Okay, Madam Secretary, I think we can do this all in one group.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Oh.
Aye.
Did you get? Thank you. The motion passes. I apologize. I thought that I knew this vote beforehand, but I believe we had one nay, and that was from Assemblyman MacArthur. Can you raise your hand if there were any other nays? Okay, motion passes. So I will give that floor statement to Assemblywoman Torres. Next, we will go to Assembly Bill 206. I will turn it over to Ms. Robusto.
Thank you, Chair. Assembly Bill 206, sponsored by Assemblyman Levitt and presented to the committee on March 30th, provides that a pupil may enroll in a full-time distance education program if their parent or guardian is a member of the Armed Forces of the United States and has received orders to relocate to Nevada but not yet relocated. This also authorizes this at charter schools and requires that those students that would be enrolled in a full-time distance education program that do not reside in the county be included in the count of pupils for apportionment purposes. There are no amendments for this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before we take a motion, are there any questions on Assembly Bill 206? Not seeing any, I will take a motion to do pass Assembly Bill 206.
Assemblywoman Nguyen, I motion to do pass.
Duran, second.
And Assemblywoman Duran as the second. Are there any comments on the motion before we vote? Okay, Madam Secretary, I think we can do this all in one.
All in favor say aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed say nay.
Motion passes unanimously. I will give that floor statement to Assemblyman MacArthur.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next item for work session is AB 225. And I will turn it over to Ms. Robusto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 225, sponsored by Assemblywoman Tolles, heard by the committee on March 25th, requires the Commission of Professional Standards in Education to adopt regulations ensuring that the examinations for initial teacher licensing and other educational professionals are administered in a manner that provides reasonable accommodations, including considering exceptions to the examinations for persons with such disabilities. There are two proposed amendments to this measure. The first comes from the Nevada Department of Education, which deletes the new language in subsection 1 and revises subsection 2 to include alternative means rather than exceptions to examinations. And the second, Assemblywoman Tolles proposed adding a co-sponsor to the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on Assembly Bill 225? Seeing none, I will take a motion to amend and do pass.
Motion to amend and do pass, Chair.
Assemblywoman Marzola has made a motion to amend and do pass. Do I have a second?
I would second.
Close. I'm going to give it to Assemblywoman Nguyen. Are there any comments on the motion before we vote? Madam Secretary, I think we could do it in one.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion carries. There was unanimously. I apologize for that. And I will give that floor statement to Assemblywoman Tolles. Next, we will open the work session on Assembly Bill 254. Mr. Busto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 254, sponsored by Assemblymember Frierson, heard by the committee on March 30th, prohibits public or private post-secondary institutions or the NCAA from preventing a student athlete from being compensated for the use of the student's name, image, likeness, or the ability of the student to obtain professional services with certain exceptions. It prevents the post-secondary institutions and NCAA from compensating the student athlete for those components when in official activities of the institution or the NCAA. It prevents them from altering the student's scholarship award due to such compensation and disallowing the student's participation in such sports if they receive compensation. The bill also prohibits the NCAA from preventing the institution itself from participation. It authorizes a student athlete to enter into a contract with an outside entity, and it requires the Legislative Committee on Education to appoint a committee to conduct an interim study concerning this. There is one proposed amendment submitted by Assemblyman Frierson, which authorizes an institution to adopt policy imposing reasonable restrictions, authorizes the institution to require a student athlete to receive education regarding entering into contracts, requires a student athlete disclose any previous or existing contracts, and changes the effective date from October 1 to January 1, 2022 for certain sections. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Amended do pass.
Someone's tired. Vice Chair Miller has made a motion to amend and do pass. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Assemblywoman Hardy. We didn't ask any questions, but I'm sure there aren't any. So we'll make, if you have any questions or comments on the bill before we vote, this is the time to do it. Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, I will do it in one.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Assemblyman MacArthur, we need to have a conversation.
We certainly can. I'm right next door. You want me to come over now?
The motion has passed with the exception of Assemblyman MacArthur has voted nay, but motion passes, and I'm going to take that floor statement. All right, the next bill we have is AB 262.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 262, sponsored by Assemblymember Anderson, heard by the committee on March 25th, prohibits the Board of Regents from assessing tuition charges from a student who's graduated from high school or successfully completed high school equivalency and are members of the federally recognized Indian tribe or nation located at least partially in the state, or are recognized as being at least 1/4 Indian blood regardless of membership status. There is a conceptual amendment proposed by Assemblywoman Anderson, which deletes the prohibition of tuition charges against students who graduate from high school and amends language regarding members who are federally recognized as part of the federally recognized Indian tribes or nations. It adds a new section waiving all fees for Native American students who meet certain criteria, and adds a number of co-sponsors to the bill, including Assemblywoman Hanson was added after the work session document was created for note. So thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Are there any questions on AB 262 before we take the motion? Seeing none, I will take a motion to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 262.
So moved. Assemblywoman Duran.
Assemblywoman Duran has made the motion to amend and do pass. We have a second.
I'll second.
Assemblywoman Nguyen. Are there any comments on the motion before we vote? We will go ahead and do this in one, even though there might be one rogue.
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Motion passes unanimously. And I see that Assemblywoman Anderson has stayed in her office all this time, so I will give you the floor statement. And if you need it back up, we'll give it to Assemblyman MacArthur.
Greatly honored. Thank you.
Absolutely. Next is Assembly Bill 217, Ms. Robusto.
217.
Assembly Bill 417, sponsored by the Assembly Committee on Education and heard by the committee on April 1st, authorizes the superintendent to establish a designee and requires that DPS submit written recommendations with an inspection report regarding the inspection of buses. The bill removes the criminal penalty against the superintendent for failing to address defects within 10 days and instead allows the superintendent be removed without criminal conviction of a misdemeanor. There are 3 proposed amendments to this measure. The first is on behalf of NDE, which reduces the frequency of school bus inspections to annual instead of semi-annual and requires reinspection of vehicles that were in violation. Revises language about the written recommendations, increases the number of days from 10 to 20 that they have to correct a defect, restores the repealed language regarding the superintendent's potential removal from office, requires DPS provide an annual report to each superintendent of the school district and of the governing body of a charter school. The second amendment was proposed during the committee meeting by Assembly members Bilbray, Axelrod, and Nguyen, and proposed replacing days with calendar days throughout the bill and within NDE's amendment. And the third amendment proposed adding the amendment that a defect is defined pursuant to the out of service criteria provided in the Nevada School Bus Out of Service Criteria Manual. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on Assembly Bill 417? Okay, with that, I will take a motion to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 417.
So moved, Assemblywoman Torres.
Assemblywoman Torres has made the motion to amend and do pass. Do I have a second?
Second. Assemblywoman Toles.
Assemblywoman Toles, are there any comments on the motion before we vote? Okay, let's try and do this in one.
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Motion passes unanimously. And I will give that floor statement to Assemblywoman Hardy. Okay, next we have Assembly Bill 420. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Robusto.
Assembly Bill 420 was sponsored by the Assembly Committee on Education and heard by the Committee on Assembly on April 1st. Requires the definition of educational management organization be revised by renaming it to educational service provider. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod proposed a conceptual amendment which revives the term educational management organization and amends the definition for it to mean a for-profit entity that contracts with and is accountable to the governing body of a charter school to provide centralized support of operations without limitation, educational, administrative, management, compliance, or instructional services of staff of the charter school. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on AB 420? And with that, I will take a motion to amend and to pass AB 420.
So moved, Assemblywoman Torres.
Assemblywoman Torres has made the motion to amend and to pass. Do I have a second?
I would second Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Assemblywoman Nguyen has made the second. Any comments before we move to a vote? All right, let's do this. Madam Secretary, in one.
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Motion passes unanimously, and I will take that floor statement as well. Okay, so that leaves us with AB 213, AB 261, and AB 367, which we will do a roll call vote. So I will turn this over to Ms. Robusto. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 213, sponsored by Assemblymember Flores, heard by the committee on March 25th, prohibits the Board of Regents from assessing tuition charges against students who are members of federally recognized Indian tribe or nation located at least partially in the state and who have graduated from a high school in this state, regardless of whether the student or family has been a bona fide resident for the last 12 months prior to matriculation to an NG institution. The bill revises 4 requirements related to state scholarship programs as outlined on the work session document for your review. It also prohibits a prepaid tuition program or college savings program from excluding a person participating based solely on their citizenship or immigration status. There is one proposed amendment submitted by Assemblyman Flores, and the mock-up is on the following page, which provides that the Board of Regents may not assess a tuition charge against students or parents of spouses or spouses in the U.S. Armed Forces that are stationed in Nevada when the student is admitted to instead of enrolled at an NG institution if the student enrolls and maintains their enrollment. It authorizes the Board of Regents to use up to 5% of money received from the State General Fund to administer the alternative application process. And it revises the effective date for sections 3, 4, and 4.5 to July 1 of 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on AB 213? Seeing none, I will take a motion to amend and to pass Assembly Bill 213.
So moved, Assemblywoman Torres.
Assemblywoman Torres has made the motion to amend and to pass. Do I have a second?
Assemblywoman Nguyen, I second.
Assemblywoman Nguyen, are there any comments on the motion before we vote? We will complete a roll call vote. Madam Secretary.
Assemblywoman Duran.
Yes.
Assemblyman Flores.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
No.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Krasner.
No.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Yes.
Assemblyman MacArthur.
No.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Torres.
Yes.
Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Yes. With 10 votes to yay and 3 votes in nay, the motion passes. And I will assign the floor statement to Assemblyman Flores. Okay, with that, we will move on to our second to last work session, Assembly Bill 261. Ms. Robusto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 261, sponsored by Assemblymember Anderson, heard by the committee on April 1st. This bill requires the Board of Trustees of a school district or governing body of a charter school to ensure that instruction is provided to pupils enrolled in grades K to 12 on the history and contributions to science, the arts, and humanities of certain groups or of persons that are outlined in the bill, and that instruction be included in the standards, age appropriate, and in one or more of courses of study. It also prohibits the State Board of Education from selecting instructional materials unless the instructional materials accurately portray the history and contributions as outlined above. There is one proposed amendment submitted by Assemblywoman Anderson, which adds a co-sponsor to the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Robusto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on Bill AB 261? I'm not seeing any, so I will take a motion to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 261.
So moved, Assemblywoman Torres.
Assemblywoman Torres has made the motion to amend and do pass, and second from Vice Chair Miller. Are there any comments on the motion before we vote? Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry, I know everybody's tired. And I'm sorry, I probably should have said something on the last one as well, just because I feel I owe it to all of you to explain. On this one, and I spoke with the sponsor, I'm just a local kind of government person where I like the local control, and I would rather it be dictated by those school districts locally. And then if you don't mind, if I just indulge a little bit on 213, just for the record, I was a no in the sense that I worried a little bit about the Millennium Scholarship, opening up that competition more so, and feeling that there are a lot of mechanisms financially for aid for students who might not be able to fill out a FAFSA, and that I looked through several of the NSHE schools, and they provide student aid and programs for these students to get that. So thank you for indulging me to get that on the record. I didn't raise my hand quick enough. Thank you.
So just to be clear for the record, that was the first part of our comments were on the bill that we're on. The others were on 213. Let's try not to do that just because it does, but I understand. So with that, we will do a roll call vote.
Assemblywoman Duran. Assemblywoman Duran.
Yes.
Assemblyman Flores.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
No.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Krasner.
I'm going to vote yes to get it out of committee, but I reserve the right to change my vote prior to floor. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Marzola.
Yes.
Assemblyman MacArthur.
No.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Torres.
Yes.
Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Yes, so with a total of 11 votes yay and 2 in nay, the motion passes. And I will assign that floor statement, because she is here, to Assemblywoman Anderson and give Assemblywoman Marzola the backup.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you and congratulations. Good night. We have one last bill on work session. Way to go, guys. It is Assembly Bill 367. Ms. Robusto?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly Bill 367, sponsored by Assemblywoman Tolles and heard by the committee on March 30th, requires disciplinary studies be added to the list of designated core academic subjects, and eliminates the requirement that the curriculum of an advanced placement course be used for the American government credit in the combined course. There is one proposed amendment from Assemblywoman Tolles, which removes disciplinary studies from the core academic subject and instead adds disciplinary skills to subsection 1 of NRS 389.054 with regard to social studies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Busto. Before we take a motion, are there any questions on Assembly Bill 367? Seeing none, I will take a motion to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 367.
So moved, Assemblywoman Torres.
Assemblywoman Torres has made the motion to amend and do pass. Do we have a second?
Second, Assemblywoman Marzola.
Assemblywoman Marzola has made the second. Are there any comments on the motion before we vote? Madam Secretary, will you please perform the roll call vote?
Assemblywoman Duran,
Yes.
Assemblyman Flores,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hardy,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Krasner,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Marzola,
Yes.
Assemblyman MacArthur,
No.
Assemblywoman Miller,
No.
Assemblywoman Nguyen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Torres,
Yes.
Chair Bilbray Axelrod.
Yes, and I believe that was 11, was it 11 yay and 2 nay? I believe MacArthur and Miller were the nay, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And I will assign this floor statement to Assemblywoman Tolles. All right, that's it, we did it. So I will close work session and we'll go to public comment. I can't imagine there's going to be anyone on the line, but you never know. So with that, I will just remind if there are people on the line that we are not rehearing a bill. We're just talking about general matters that fall within the purview of this committee. And please limit your comments to 2 minutes. BPS, is there anyone in the queue for public comment?
To take your place in the public comment queue, please press star 9 now. Once again, if you wish to make public comment at this time, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working, but we have no callers to give public comment at this time.
Thank you, BPS. Are there any comments from the members before we adjourn? That's a good thing. All right. Well, I just want to thank everyone for being troopers. We did about 5 hours of education committee, so I really, really appreciate all of you and our amazing staff and BPS. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. Try to get some rest tonight. And our next meeting will be Thursday, April 8th at 1 p.m. That concludes our meeting for the day, and this meeting is adjourned.